right? And like I said about cardless services, I already explained this earlier. And that's actually divided into two parts, right? You have your single pay code and you have your multiple pay code, right? What that simply means is, sorry, the bulk pay code. What that simply means is that you could create one pay code to make one withdrawal. However, you could also create for the bulk one pay code for many withdrawals. And those use case scenarios we can actually evolve around them or we can innovate around them. We didn't stop at that. We also went around our SDKs and our plugins. And Jeff will typically speak around this, right? Because most of it is typically for accepting payments today. 70% of what we do around this today is typically around accept payment or acquiring, right? Um, so to speak more on our API documentation, right? We wanted to build a sense around our technical and non-technical quintessential customers. So what we tried to do with that was that we tried to we tried to create a sandbox environment that is not too complex. Now, I know I just used the word sandbox, and that might sound very, very weird. But what we tried to do was that we tried to create a testing environment for our APIs or the endpoints without needing to write any code, right? So what we simply did was that we created all of the parameters, or we built in all of the parameters, and we said, you can come here and click on the try it button and you can simply get a response. What that simply means is that you have tested that this endpoint works, or the endpoint that you're trying to use from InterSwitch works, then you can typically say, developers, please go ahead, InterSwitch API is working, right? You don't need to be too techie savvy to actually use our API references. So again, this is based off of feedback. We had feedback from our customers, and we decided to build all of these things into our APIs. I mean, and to be fair, if we think that this might be a bit long, we can also simplify it down, but it's still based off of the feedback that we get from these sessions, right? One thing we're trying to do is build an ecosystem around all our developers and let's all build this prosperous Africa that we want. One of the biggest value points for InterSwitch today is to build a value-based system around Africa. One of our mantras is that we want to build a prosperous Africa, and we know that we can't build that in isolation. So one thing we have done is that we have built this API marketplace with that vision in mind. And what that vision is typically is we are putting all our tools and services in each and every man or developer's hand or innovator's hand, and we're saying build your own services, build whatever you would like to build. Let's create an ecosystem that works for each and every one, right? Um, and this is typically what we try to do with our community. In our community today, we have over 400 members that we typically speak to every day that we want to build these solutions with, and some of them have already started, right? Now, even though the API marketplace is not live, we have built a format in which we enable these developers typically go live with our APIs by supporting them, right? The API marketplace is going to be self-service. You will not need to call in to switch for anything. You typically go on developer.industrygroup.com, use our service, check out our service yourself. It will be working, or it is currently working. However, we're not going live with it. It's going to be working. You're going to be able to onboard your APIs. You're going to be able to do everything without knowing one single person at the situation. Now, that does not mean that we don't want to relate or we don't want to have conversations. What we have done that for is because we want to be able to create a scenario where you can independently build your solutions without InterSwitch interfering, which of course which you use in InterSwitch products, right? With this community, what we have done is that we interact with each and every one of you just to get feedback, and it doesn't stop there, right? One thing we're going to be doing over time, within the next few months, is that we're going to be having events like this where we typically interact with the developer community. We want to build an ecosystem whereby feedback is easy to come by. and we can typically build, we can typically innovate, we can typically go to market fast with our solutions because the world is becoming a small town, and we want to make sure that we are at the core of it, and you and every one of us can actually build around this. Um, and that's where my presentation is going to stop for this morning. However, if we have any questions, if we have any suggestions, if we have any feedback for the InterSwitch API marketplace, I'm available to answer these questions on here and off air. Yes, good afternoon or good morning. Right. Can we give him a mic so that he can actually ask his question? So, I mean, please introduce yourself and then tell us where you work or what you're currently building, and then your question, if that's not too much. Thank you. Sorry? E-contract. Oh, okay. Sorry, please, sorry. Can you please introduce yourself for the organization you have?
Okay, my name is David Johnson, in blockchain developer.
Okay.
I work with absolutely with e-contract, managed by Big Technology. I will not be staying till the end of the my way of work. So I'm going straight to actually commenting the API and get you guys are doing one of the there. But one of the challenges we have faced recently is code. The entire India or I don't know if the country are going to become, let's say, like a model of India companies in Nigeria. The suggestion, if we can have a program where I need to connect to KYC for most times, same person that will come and write access from this platform. When you set the person, put another platform, same year, same detail. I have tried to do the same thing. So if you can come up with maybe an idea that we love English platform, start using and see what like that. So at any time the person is coming to my platform, I don't need to distract you. But you're going to provide a bad email, you need to provide a bad email and email address. But I can't actually create any project activity at some other platform. This point to have an indicator of anytime we are flagging a problem in Twitter, goes to maybe like API divided for everything. But anytime the person goes through our own UI, we will get that no, this person has been planned from another platform. I think that will be a lot of work. So if you work in the UI chat, but I believe it doesn't only be short video, it's just for other things to adopt rather than saying, okay, I have my own API that will help page product. Someone like me that was in our and doing better. So if you can maybe come up from this mode without other platform, I will do that. Then let me ask the developer one like how can we end? I don't know maybe you have an answer that how can we end when you don't think like there may be an ongoing project that will help us start to pay the number of common using my API now going on. That would be what we do, but the only time we do a lot of things, we over and over again. And we know they are trying to make our single law
Alright, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Interesting questions, by the way. Thank you very much for your questions. So I'm gonna sort of break your question into three bits, right? And I'll try to answer them in three bits, right? The first question around covering fraud, right? At Dentistry today, we have an application called Coverage, right? What this application does for us is to typically enable us to inquire on each and every user, right? To be able to sort of like map into some fundamentals, right? And I'm not gonna speak to basically each and every fundamental that we sort of like build it upon, right? Because we're trying to call for it, and at the end of the day, we can't tell the bad actors, how we are trying to catch them. You see what I'm saying? So one thing we've done around is that we have built that application, and we typically use that application today. So what I would say is, how do we collaborate on using that application today, right? So since we've built that, how do we expose that to customers like yourself and for you to also use that? So typically what that means is that we have created value for you guys, right? However, one of the most important things from that is that you would be able to have access to our database of bad actors, and you would sort of be able to cross-reference from what we already have. Now, to the third bit of what you have typically said in terms of how you're going to be able to generate some form of, is it what do you say again? Revenue, right? As a developer. I mean, I have my own answers. However, I'll leave that to the group head of business, Method Tokai, to sort of like answer around that, because they primarily, interestingly, right? And I'll be very frank with you. They primarily built this solution around developers. So what they're saying essentially is that they want to create some form of revenue for each and every one of you. So I'll leave this question for you to answer.
Everyone. Okay, so allow me to lay a bit on what you said around growth. Very interesting points you made. There are conversations internally at InterSwitch to find a way to provide an enterprise industry fraud solution that collates profiling people or companies who are committed fraud, so that when they hop from InterSwitch and want to go to another gateway, that identifies them to their conversations, and there are projects already ongoing on that as well. That project also enables big companies to have their own fraud profile where they can configure what fraud or risk acceptance that they have, so that it's not managed centrally. So I'll give you an instance. Central fraud system can see somebody trying to use any card from Pakistan, shut it down. That would be a central configuration. However, you may be acceptable to take on cards from Pakistan. The system allows you to reconfigure that profile to accept that. So while there are general rules internally, it's also built in such a way that each corporate or each business or each fintech can create its own profile. But what will be shared is that the data is central, the profiling of all the bad actors is central, so that we don't fall for one disaster. And we hope that when we go to market with that, everybody else will join. It's one thing to have a central system, it's another for people to think collectively. Maybe we'll try and work with the regulators to implement something more central. On revenue, in fact, most of what I'm going to talk about at the end of it all, revenue will be projected. As I finish my presentation now, I will talk a bit about that. Another 5-10 minutes, I should be done. Hopefully. Is that okay?
Like I said, to answer your question, what Jeff's business is typically built is around access to, and they basically build tools and services to enable you to be able to track this, which is going to sort of like explain and sort of justify how you can layer on that. If there are no more questions that I could take or I could answer, I would leave the floor for Jeff to come and give a presentation on his business. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for taking our attention. And let's build.
We're going to have two sessions. The first is the grammar one, which I'll speak plenty English. The second one will be more practical, where you have your questions and the head of product and the head of engineering will be here. People that you are familiar with and speak the kind of language that you understand at least at Paul Junction. And they will log into the actual platform and take you through it. But I wanted to use the opportunity to introduce you guys to a very rare deck. Can you still see the screen? I feel like we're blocking. Are you guys okay there? Okay. All right. So, a lot of you have heard about InterSwitch, but you might not understand the journey in the last 2 decades. I've tried to summarize that here. So first, let's look at the vision of InterSwitch and what we're trying to achieve. We're saying we want to be our vision to be an African payment gateway that enables prosperity in Africa, where we're enabling businesses and individuals to exhibit seamless trading across Africa. And it's not just a Nigerian play. Our mission is to make sure that as we create this transaction solution, it allows you to succeed in whatever endeavor that you're trying to do. We do have some values that govern how we do business, and they're on the father side. In 2002, when we started the business, to 2007, we were an infrastructure business focused on switching. From 2007 to 2012, we became an integrated payment company where now that we have the switch, we layered services on that infrastructure that we've built. From 2012 to 2017, we adjusted our focus to become more vertical in the way we look at it. So where is oil and gas guys? Where is the retail? Where is transport? Where is health? And so we went more vertical in our approach to business. From 2017, as we go into next year and many years to come, our focus is now to say, can we build a rail across Africa where it is intuitive and flexible? Whatever what is required, we have built a legacy that allows businesses to integrate and run across every set of business that needs to happen. And this is the journey that InterSwitch has taken since 2002. To make it look more fancier, I've done this. So this is pretty much the journey, and every key milestone that InterSwitch has achieved, all key products that we've brought up, all the key partnerships that we've had. And as you look at, as we go along, when we started, we had MasterCard, then we have Visa, then we have Amex, then we have Discover, then we just kept on building global partnerships that allow everything that you see happen today in Nigeria and Africa possible. I wouldn't want to dwell too much. So if we take a deck to say, so what do you do as a business? Because I know that you want to know this before we go into why or the products that we're going to present to you. So in between it all, we have disbursement, we have collections, pretty much what payment does, right? Then we have settlement operations, we have fraud, which is what gentleman had asked about. Now we have dispute management, which is part of the engine that governs the operations of what we build. Of course, we have data and reporting. All of this is built around the operations of what the payment solution is meant to be doing. Now, around all of that, we build gateways, you have bills payment, you have B2B payment, you have the VAS, you have KYC, which is what you had mentioned, we have claim processing, we have loyalty, we have merchant acquiring, and all of these services are built. But not only around that, but the channels as well. So most people don't know that we can also operate kiosk solutions. If you have, you can talk to InterSwitch around that. We have mobile solutions as well. We have agent solutions, bank branch solutions. We have all sorts of integrated till at retail location solutions. We have solutions, of course, for ATM. Now, if you look at our payment token, it's vast, from card to non-card, for me to just summarize a few of that. Now, if you look at this side of things, it's the kind of people that we're focused on. So you have financial services, you have social services, you have MSMEs, of course you have financial institutions, you have communications and retail, of course you have industrial and retail. And that speaks to the vertical that InterSwitch has built into. So as you go into your different businesses and different contracts, be it transport, be it health, be it commerce, be it retail, be it new technology, I'm sure there is something in industry that has been built that you can integrate into and run the business. That's the message I'm trying to build. And that infrastructure is why all the big players today that you see are possible because they're riding on that 2 decade of rails that we built across Nigeria and eventually we built across Africa. So having said that, let me jump into the solution I spoke about earlier, which is quick teller business. So, what is quick teller business? Quick teller business is a platform. It used to be a product where we would engage each business one on one, and it take you like 30 days to integrate. You need to provide all sorts of paper for you to activate it. A couple of years back, technology has changed. We've moved from being a product-driven business to a platform-driven business where you have less interaction with people, you have less demand of paperwork, you have faster turnaround time, and the businesses can be enabled quite faster. So imagine going from 30 days activation period to 48 hours activation period. Imagine the number of businesses that you can turn around just thinking about that. Now, we didn't do that alone. We ensured that we had strategic partnerships that we have created to ensure that collections can happen. So your business is not only limited to just local cards that are created, but international cards can be accepted, and non-card-based tokens can also be collected at customer location. Okay. Now, some of the non-card transactions, for some of us who know is you can pay with transfer, some of you come to know. You can pay with QR, you can pay with USSD, you can pay with wallet. So there's a huge project going on with a lot of the big wallet providers, which eventually, as we partner with them and activate them, you will begin to hear it from the news or from our marketing team. And this means that you can own digital wallets from any of the issuers, and you can walk into any supermarket or any retail chain and be able to use your token in those wallets to make payments on InterSwitch's POS terminal or on their gateway. Now, that platform, this is an example of it, but don't worry, Paul and Afis is going to show you a lot around this platform as you're going to. You can see your transactions instantly, or payment, and it comes with an intelligence, so you can know which card is paying you more as a merchant, you can know which bank is powering the payment more, you can see a lot more on that payment platform. There's escrow now, pay with escrow, so it's there as well. All the settlements that you usually will call InterSwitch to find out information about, you can see how much you're due for settlement, you can see how much was not settled and all of that. Refund is also being managed now on the platform, so you can actually see that the reason why that settlement was not completed is because there is a refund that is pending to be made. Now, a lot of people don't understand this, but let me give you an instance. So you made 100 naira, 100,000 naira. You're expecting 100,000 naira less the fee that is charged, right? Most times when that is not complete, most people don't understand that it's because your business has triggered a refund to a customer. That refund may be pending and so your money may not be complete. But what we've done to reduce the operational bottleneck is to present the refund position to you as well. So you can see your pending settlement based on those refunds that you've initiated. And of course, we're trying to integrate wallet into that, as I mentioned earlier. We have digitized the dispute operations. So it means that no matter what size of business you are, you can manage your dispute yourself. You don't need to speak to InterSwitch, of course, except there are technical issues with the platform. We now have a storefront, which means that your business doesn't need to have a website built. You can actually integrate to a storefront and take your business live in 24 hours, and you can start receiving payment. We now have a payment link for those who do credit sales or subscription type businesses.
we now have subscription plan on the platform, which means that you can create different subscription plan for your products and people can come on there and then of course engage with. There's e-invoicing, which allows you to click a link on the invoice and then make payment. And for the merchants, you are able to know when an invoice is due, is late, spending and all of that based on the platform. What is also very interesting is that it's not just about the platform, and I think to show you as well. There is actually an app for all of this. So if you go on your Android phones today and you go to the Play Store, you can download this app right now if you're already on board. It's for existing customers for now. Phase two would mean that you're a new customer, you can download Quick Teller Business app and then you can also onboard yourself as well. So let me jump on a few things that this can lead to different ways. So if you look at real-time reporting, I mentioned a few of that. You have transaction status, the transaction channel, non-card card, customer data and insight, payment location, where was this payment done? Now, you also have the collection channels as well, all integrated into it as well. So you can have payment on web, payment on POS. You can have payment paid by agent. This was launched recently. Maybe I need to speak a bit around that in this presentation. And we found a way to also integrate additional collection channels to make sure that if you want to collect on the ATM or bank branch, through the Pay Direct gateway, you're able to see more around that. We do have a lot of security around this. And while there are lots of ways in which people are trying to defraud the e-commerce ecosystem, in a lot of my conversations with the media and other opportunities I get to speak, I'm actually advocating that fraud management has become better. Many years ago, we don't understand how fraud works. And that's those who were more enlightened than us game the system. But today, there are fraud solutions that are available that you can use. In fact, one of the mandatory requirements by CBN is that you must have some fraud solutions in place before you can be onboarded or enabled for document gateway. And what InterSwitch is trying to do around that is to provide an enterprise solution that allows you to have some version of that in case you don't have that situated at your place. Now we have the 2FA and the OTP as well. A lot of the requirement has been gotten already, which means that as a payment gateway, you don't need to worry that CBN is coming to shut us down because we have all the required certifications to enable your business to run. Multiple payment options. Okay, multiple payment options have also been enabled as well, guys, which means that we have made it easier for businesses to accept payment. Before, the solution that is USSD sat outside your business environment. Then you have the QR, then you have the POS, then you have card and all of that. All of these things were scattered around. And back in the days, if the banks were coming to sell that to you as a business, they need to come separately from different departments. Over the last 3 years, we've built an integrated system that allows the payment gateway to give you all these options at once, both on POS and on the web. I think to speak to that and when it comes up. We didn't just leave it at that. We know that as businesses continue to evolve, they will need certain tools to run their business. For instance, if I'm partnering with IGR here and we have a 60-40 partnership, and she's like, in Lagos and in Abuja, how do I know you're going to send me 60% that is mine? What is interesting is that the payment gateway allows 60-40 to happen at every transaction. So there is no reconciliation. If you're due 40, you get your 40 in your Zenith Bank account. I get my 40 in my GTB bank account. That is what we built into this platform to allow such partnerships to happen. If you want to pay tax, you can configure that every transaction tax just goes, and you don't need to worry about that. And if you decide to do that. We're about to launch something very interesting, which is value financing, which means that customers can buy more. The typical problem is that the average basket size is reduced because by the time I want to buy, my cash is finished and that's the end of the transaction. We're partnering with a lot of lenders using our InterSwitch lending platform to see if we can position those value proposition to people trying to buy at merchant location. So I want to buy a TV. It's 120,000. I only have 100,000. I can, in less than 10 seconds, get an offer for 20,000 additional, and I can buy my TV and walk away. No liability to the merchant. The liability sits on the cardholder who has asked for that funding to buy TV. So stay tuned when we launch it in a few weeks. That will be in the market. And a lot more services. Can't continue because of time, but you will see all of that as we get into the platform. Now, a lot of people have asked, what makes you different from other people that we know? And I've tried to see if I can zero in on four things. To be more, four things. The first is price leadership. Um, why is price leadership important? Is that the kind of value that we've packed into the platform and the fact that we're not getting it at any price, and the fact that inter-switch transaction fee is cheaper gives it a price leadership. And the fact that you can also adjust your pricing as your business grows also gives you the price leadership that we have. Second is risk and compliance. 20 years of building the business means that we understand and we were part of the policy structuring of the payment industry in Nigeria. So we are very compliant in everything that we need to be compliant in. We are. That's why you see that in the last 20 years, you've never heard that InterSwitch shut down because there was a problem with CBN. It won't happen because of the kind of structure that we build. And that means that your business will continue to run because you can trust that we are always compliant and risk is foremost in our conversations. Acceptance leadership is also one of the things that we have. We have 7 cards. We have MasterCard, Visa, Discover, JCB, CUP, Amex, Diners, that's 7 cards. Plus Vet, that's 8 cards. The biggest brand to accept the most amount of card acceptance in Nigeria is InterSwitch. So our payment gateway offers that service as well. And of course, we want to talk about the 4 additional non-card options that we've integrated into. So as we build this technology, we are not keeping it to ourselves. The big aggregators as well connect to these services and make it available to everyone as well in the market. And finally, is brand leadership. Of course, 20 years is not small. And with over 50 global partners that we have over the last decade, it shows that we are positioned to not be service providers, but also enablers in the industry as well. So let me jump into what the commercials look like for you guys, just a bit of it. So if you look on this side, this is acceptance on the web, right? The one on the POS 0.5, you already know that. Now, if you jump on this side for international cards, that's what the fees look like. And if you jump on the non-card payments, that's what the fees look like, right? About the interswitch fee model is there's no plus 25 naira plus 100 naira that you see around. It is just the fee that it is. And we hope that we will continue to support small businesses and SMEs as they build their businesses around the fees that we've been able to adjust. And they're all tax inclusive, which means that we ideally should charge tax on them, but we backed out the fee so that by the time you put in your taxation, which is required by the government, the fee still sits within the pocket. This is very important to note as well. Now, what are some of the partners that we have today? This is ending to my last part of my slide. These are some of the partners that we have that have integrated to our payment gateway and are also powering their businesses based on the rails that we have given to them for them to build out their businesses. If you want to enable and know more about this gateway, it's very simple. Most of you already know quickteller.com. So just put business.quickteller.com and you find yourself on that page. Paul will be taking you through that platform very soon. Now, let's jump to POS. I'm finished with the digital now. I've got 2 slides for POS, and I'll talk about the partnership that I mentioned earlier. So what you have on our InterSwitch POSs. In 2018, we stopped innovating around Linux terminals because we believe that technology is evolving, and we've always been the frontier of technology in Nigeria. Sometimes people wait until there's critical mass before they invest in technology. But InterSwitch has played the frontier in ensuring that before everybody wakes up to the technology, we are ready for when the market is ready. And so when we started the journey of Android terminals in 2018, it was not just about having it as a POS, but as a solution for SMEs. And that's why we built a lot of competencies into the Android terminal. Afis will demo the POS terminal, maybe share a screen for you to see how it works. So what have we packed into this? So the first is that you have 6 payment options on the POS terminal, not just cards. And that means that when cards are not working, the businesses don't get shut down. You can still make payments. And not only can you make payment, but the cashiers don't have to go and look for the accountant or the business owners to find out whether the USSD or the transfer you have made was successful. The POS terminal is listening. When it sees that the payment has come through, it will print a POS terminal, I'm sorry, a paper receipt for the customer, which means that not only would you get a receipt for only card payment, but you pay me with USSD, you pay me with transfer, you pay me with QR, you pay me with wallet or whatever, there is a receipt which gives some level of comfort to the cashier to allow you leave the store. And we've also improved the uptime as well. I remember many years ago, I think 2015, 16, the average transaction time on POS was about 30 seconds. Then it became better to about 10, 11 seconds. Today, the average transaction time on the Android POS terminal is less than 2 seconds. Less than 2 seconds. Now, again, imagine the service improvement, imagine the speed of service, and how much turnaround you can have with your customers in your store. Now, we're innovating around support as well, not just payment. So we're saying it would be great to have a customer say, I have support issues, and they don't have to call anyone. They can go on that PS terminal, click on request support, click on what support they are looking for, and the PS terminal can talk to us at InterSwitch. You don't have to make a call. Today, technology is making that possible, and we're building towards that as well. So on device, because it's Android, it's big, like your phone, there's a lot of analytics that can go into it. There's a lot of innovation that we can put around the receipts and the business intelligence that every business should have. And we're building that on the PS terminal as well. Yes, it also accepts international cards as well. So by standard, InterSwitch terminals have 4 offerings from a payment point of view. Local cards, international cards, non-cards as well. And that's big from what we see. And Afis and Paul have worked really hard in the last 3 years to say, why don't we approach this from an omni-channel point of view? Can I have a digital store and still have that at my own market where I have my POS terminal, so that what you're doing on my online store is reflected on my POS terminal where I can physically attend to the orders? Yes, innovation is already meeting that, which means that today, if you onboard a quick teller business as a merchant, on that platform, you can ask for a POS terminal. That POS terminal will be linked to your online profile. And so your business online and your business in-store are now merged together. You can have one view to all that's going on around your business. Okay, I think I've covered a lot of that. So my final slide today is to say, so how do we partner with you guys? How do we enable the ecosystem? So the first part is developers are working really hard to support businesses to come online. What can we do to support them as well? So we built a model that says for every developer who brings on a business onto the Quick Teller business platform, gets 10% of the MSC over the next 3 years. So let me say that again. As a developer, you are meeting a lot of merchants who would like to come on board. When you register with the InterSwitch office in Abuja, you are profiled to earn 10% of that income over the next 3 years. So it's not just what you collect from the merchant to set them up, but you have recurring revenue that comes to you for the next 3 years. And that's really powerful. You just sit back to see how you can build an ecosystem around that, where you're actively looking for people to come online. Not only are we enriching the developer, but we're also enabling the Nigerian community to start thinking around bringing their business online, where a lot of people are. WhatsApp has 79% read rate. Over 8.5 million businesses in Nigeria are on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and the rest of it. Now, that means that a lot of people are online. But if you look at the average merchant that we have in Nigeria with website, it's less than 200,000 because there's a lot of cost that goes into that. But today, businesses freely exist in the social network, don't they? And we would speak to how being onboarded, retailer business empowers your social business as well. Afis and Paul will speak to that as a person. Now, let's jump back on the POS trail. So what have we done? So if you have businesses that want to accept payment, you can talk to InterSwitch to partner with them to say, InterSwitch, I built a solution, it's mobile, it's Android, I want to onboard that on your Android devices so that merchants can have access to that application. Another is that I have built a community of merchants because I'm a service provider or I'm an application provider. But I want to key into your PTSP service where your 200 plus engineers across Nigeria can go and visit these customers. And so my business cost will reduce because I have access to that network. The other is that to give payment to people, you need to be an acquirer, you need to be licensed, right? We have a partnership model where if you don't have access to those licenses and businesses, you can talk to us and we can find a way to partner with your business to enable you to go acquire merchants. But of course, profile under InterSwitch. But of course, it will be your solutions that you'll be using when you go out. There's a business model that enables developers and fintechs to do that. All right. We've also tried to see how we can invest in the in-store ecosystem in Nigeria. And so, as part of our business model, we're also giving out terminals. So if your business requires POS terminals, you can access almost 500 POS terminals annually from InterSwitch at no cost. So again, you reach out to the guys in the north. I'm sure you know where their office is. In case you don't know who they are, they're the guys making the most noise at the back. All four of them. So you can just engage them. So Thomas leads the group and you can have a conversation with him at the end of the session. So this is how we are empowering people. And yes, of course, the 10% I mentioned earlier also extend to the POS business as well. So you still earn the revenue for 3 years, 10% on POS as well. That's very important. To conclude my simple and complex presentation, we have a platform that allows developers to build POS application. And I think that's where the new future is. Everybody thinks digital, digital, digital. But if you think about it today, do we have more physical shops than we have digital in Nigeria today? Yes. Think about it, sit back. We say we have about 17 million MSMEs or SMEs, and out of that 5 million, are these 5 million more online or physical stores that we go to buy things? They're physical stores. So POS is very much relevant. And for some reason, we just left that out of the ecosystem for a long time. At InterSwitch, we're trying to refocus on that as well to say, how do we enable innovation in the in-store space? How do we enable the developer community to start thinking, you know what? If InterSwitch is building an ecosystem where they want to build 5,000 different micro applications for merchants on POS terminal, maybe I can build some applications as well as a developer, and there's be some kind of partnership. If today we can access 1 to 5 million people on POS, and 500,000 of them are using your micro application on their POS terminal, that can generate very good revenue, don't you think? It can. And so this is the kind of enablement that we're trying to build across the developer community as we go to each of the regions to present to them. So this is the first in the north. I don't know if you've ever done one like this. And we're hoping that sometime next year, we'll be back again to do this again, and maybe this room there'll be people queuing all the way down to come in here to have that conversation. I'm very happy that you're able to make the time to come today for the first edition of this kind of event. Thank you very much for listening, and I will let Afis take the technical questions and of course show you the product platform as well. Thank you, everyone. Can we take a break? Can we take a 15 minute break? What do you guys think? 15 minutes break? All right. So let's come back by 12:20. Is that okay? So 12:20, we'll take our face and Paul as they take technical questions. Thank you. Okay. So while some are on their break, I've been asked to stand here and by Thomas to answer questions if there is any. So if you have any question from my presentation, please ask.
Okay. Please help for the cooperation. I'm sure you listen to Jeffrey. It would be nice to get any question around what you have presented before we go deeper into the presentation. So please, if you have anything to ask you on POS and some digital promotion that you presented. Any question, please? Yes.
As I was looking at your T-shirt and it was saying fintech, I was worried that you're going to ask plenty questions. All right, I'm here. What questions do you have? You don't need to stand. You don't need to stand. You can sit. Can we get a mic, please?
Sorry? Sorry.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jeffrey.
Did you say Jeffrey?
Yeah.
Okay, Jeffrey, nice to meet you.
My pleasure. All right. Thank you for your presentation. Such a very it's brief and at the same time an overview of what we are. There's something that strikes me. Like today, we have access to processing like three major ads in Nigeria, or three major brands. And you mentioned that you can go up to 8 brands. So these other brands that you're talking about, all the processors, are they really available like that? Or something like that? You have to pass through some level of programs or for you to be able to use those processors. So how do we use them? And one.
Can I take them one by one so I will not forget? I'm growing old, forget how I look. So when we talk about partnerships, we meant CAT schemes, not processors, CAT schemes. So which means today the local CAT schemes that you have is Visa, MasterCard, and Venmo, right? But there are additional CAT schemes that we brought into Nigeria. We have MasterCard, Amex, we have Discover, we have Diners, we have CUP, and we have JCB and others. Because they are using InterSwitch as their third-party processor, it means that InterSwitch business gateways, any of the platforms that we have today for collections and disbursement, you have access to such. Let me put that in context. It means that if you built a solution today and you are integrated to the InterSwitch SDK for, say, mobile application, and if InterSwitch has enabled those 7 cards for acceptance, when you meet with businesses, you can present that proposition to say, this my application accepts this number of cards. And the reason why that is possible is because we are integrated into the InterSwitch payment gateway as well. That's the perspective that we're coming from. Does that help?
Okay, let me now take it from this perspective. Okay, we have your pitch, the payment gateway.
Yes.
And does that mean that most of these cards can be accepted?
Yes. Yes. So you need to enable them. Of course, each card scheme have their own requirement, but we've tried to simplify it so that it is easy for you to do. So our POS terminals today can accept all the cards. But online, online, the project is going to be phased based on the acceptance that we are receiving. So the first is that we receive acceptance from Visa and Amex. So today, the digital platform can do Amex and Visa international cards today. When MasterCard becomes available, we'll turn it on. So you don't need to do any extra integration. So the moment you are integrated, if any of those cards are turned on, you have access to it and you'll be notified.
I see. Something else, one of the settlement, distance or CAT
Okay.
for international business.
So let me share, it's a bit of noise.
Both international and local.
So let me share some perspective to most people that you don't understand how, some don't understand how the structure is. The card scheme have put infrastructure in place for T plus one. CBN's regulation is tied around T plus one, even from a dispute point of view. Any business that decides to do T plus zero means that you have made it on yourself to fund settlement before the clearing process is completed. Do you guys understand that? Okay, let me explain that again. The structure in Nigeria is clearing would happen T plus one because files needs to be shared. That's why settlements are around 10 to 12 p.m. Right? If a business decides to do T plus zero or instant settlement, it's because the business has agreed to fund the settlement before the clearing happens the next day. And this is for card. For non-card, that is easy because you have the NIP, which goes from bank to bank. So that is instant because of the way the infrastructure has been built. But if it comes out of NIPS and you're doing card, it's a bit different. It doesn't work like that. So every service provider or every token provider defines what settlement infrastructure will be. But because the processors cannot carry the liabilities of businesses, they won't fund your account with millions and millions of naira in expectation that clearing will happen. Okay, so it is possible, I mean, on a case by case, if there's a better relationship and some kind of discussion that makes the processor comfortable, they can enable it. But somebody would need to fund that, that's what it means. And of course, the risk of receiving the money instantly also increases the potential of chargeback claims. Because if somebody has come there to wipe it because they use somebody else's information, you don't have 24 hours window for somebody to complain.
Right. The other part of it is to actually say something about like the POS scheme that is coming in. You say they are able to access all these cards.
Oh yes, today, yes, yes. We have some of them deployed in Abuja already. So if you speak to Ayo or Thomas, you would have access to all the information you need to enable your business for international. And also, if you have an application that you give to people to use, we also have an SDK that allows you integrate this payment into your mobile application. Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think it's time for 5 more minutes and then we can start. Thank you, everyone. The flap before.
So I'll just introduce the comment. No, no, for you.
Hello. Okay, the next session is going to start in the next 6 minutes. So, in the next 6 minutes, you can walk around, connect, and take more tea and coffee. And then, in 6 minutes time, Hafiz is going to take the next session.
I also noticed the distance, but my face is not switching. So I don't know why. But me, on their side, everything is so present is important to request time change. If it's not then it goes to troubleshoot. So I now expect that they are to go well analysis. It was all just that. In Lagos, you never get that. Yeah, you never get that. So actually, lost. They complained. I think we knew them until we had the two hours camera and they shared the screen and we couldn't really it was totally different. But I don't know what to find out definitely don't be focused. So let's call yeah, it's interesting. Hold down anywhere. Very annoying because food is already know the code is fine. You can't say it's fine because the customer is getting my food. I know about food is apple. But that's never food is it's actually on the bills. At least I've seen the now I can pay the message yes, so always on the field. You don't go by road. Yeah? I hope you don't go by road. We don't have options. They are still to Kano by road, Katsina. You see, for me, take yeah, you agree with me. Kano is so to go to Katsina and also you are saying to go to the government and the office. If you are going to Katsina to Kaduna, it's a no go. So we know our road, so we have to see. All right. Hi everyone. Are we ready to continue? Okay. So we should end. Yes. Okay, hi guys. Good morning. Good afternoon. Thank you. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Abdul Hafiz Ibrahim. I lead the engineering team in merchant acquiring business. So merchant acquiring is payment gateway, online payments, POS payments. But we also kind of also work with Studio APIs to try and package our APIs and reset it to package for developers to integrate properly. So we will take you guys through what we call quick business. But before we start, I just wanted to have a sense of the type of people in this room. If you're a developer, you're a coder, can you just raise your hand up on this little. Okay, business owners, so okay, fine. So I would go a bit technical, but I'll try to make it not too technical. But I'm also with my colleague Paul. Paul is a senior area to just show you guys how easy it is to integrate and collect payments either online or sorry, I'm pointing there's actually a POS device. I'll bring it to the table here so you can see the Android POS and that we are talking about. We also built like a mobile app on the device to just show you guys what it's capable of. So apart from just collecting payments using your card, you can also see things like there's a store application, there's literally a warehouse application that you can manage your inventory, blah blah blah. But when it's time to collect payments, you can also use the same device to just collect customer card. So I'll bring it to the front now. I'll let Paul just start. So thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I have a station of everybody. Okay, my name is Paul, and I'm the product manager for People of Business. Okay, then I'm more focused on the acquiring part, so payment collections. But then before I proceed, I want to get a first sense of how you perceive the brand when you hear InterSwitch, when you hear WebP, when you hear collections for InterSwitch. What comes to mind? Okay, so I'll put up an image now. How many of us know what this image is? I don't know if you're familiar with this product. You know what this image is? Sorry. Yes, I'm not very technical. Can you see it back? Okay, yeah. Okay. Are you able to see now? Okay, cool. How many of you know this product? When you hear InterSwitch or you hear WebP, this is what you know. You know something other than this, or this is what you know. Okay, that's good. It's good to know that you have better knowledge of InterSwitch. Okay, so the thing is, the reason I put all these images, and this people I don't know, at least let's give you a fair sense of where we are coming from. Okay, for some people, this is what they know. When you hear InterSwitch collection solution online, it's all they know. But there's more to what we do than this. You know, this particular solution here is really focused on card collections. There's a lot of big payments. You can't collect money from your customers other than payment through card, or you can even log into the retailer. Then we'll go beyond this. I'll put up on that image. Okay. So how many of us know this? This is what you know. So move from the old interface to this new interface. Yeah, I'm always going to faster than the old interface, but then we'll do everything we can to move them all out of that old interface. So this is the new interface. Yeah. So if you look at the way the new interface is structured, Beyond card, you can do other things beyond card. Yeah, you can do transfer and USS, but then we have a lot of things in stock for customers and this interface. It's not going to be just for plan to do. So as I begin to speak along the line, I'm now introducing to what we already have now. Yes, so that you can at least understand what we're doing, where we are now, and how we come. Okay? So let me just launch the product now. So we can all see. So how many times have you picked up a business? Does anyone know picked up a business here? Have you used it? Anyone? You used it? Okay, cool. So for the benefit of those that don't know picked up a business, I'm going to click on this platform. See, and I'll explain some things about people of business. Okay. Um, okay, so you see the pick up a business platform. Okay, this is what it looks like for those who don't know. Okay, so now if you go back 2 years ago, yeah, the way we collect payment was different. Yeah, you see a lot of customers come to developers like you to building to connect to a gateway to help them collect payment from their customers. Now, I know a lot of companies are coming before now to say the integration was tedious, was stressful. Sometimes it depends on how sharp you are as a developer. Sometimes it takes 1 week, 2 weeks, even 3 months to integrate. Yeah. But then we have shifted from that era. And in fact, a lot of us are stigmatized InterSwitch gateway as the gateway where you charge 150K from God. So that thing might be out there. When you hear InterSwitch, oh, 150K, I don't have money. You don't want to, you don't want to think, you don't want to know if anything has changed. Maybe you want 50K, but don't you look for alternative. This has changed now. So we talk about business. What we're selling is self-service. Yeah. We're not quite where we want to be, but where we have come so far we've come to a place where we can serve you seamlessly. Yeah. So what we're doing now is self-service. We are trying to promote self-service. The whole idea, the whole concept is I want you as a customer to come with level business without anything to switch, without trying to reach out anybody, without trying to do man like we do in Nigeria. I wanted to come to this platform and sign up. Yeah. This is one platform that can do everything and anything from web payments to POS. If you don't have a gateway, or you have a website, for example, and you just probably don't have the resources to engage in developers with payments, I want you to come here and still be able to create your own storefront, upload your own items, or they are selling physical items or selling services. I want you to come to this platform and be able to create your own page. You can send these links out to customers and they can pay you without you having to have your own website or do anything. Yeah. So I'm going to save merchants time and resources. I want you to come to one platform and do everything without having to waste any time. That's what I want to do. We're going to get better at this, but for now, I'll show you what we have. Everything will have your box. Yeah. So we have some feedback around what we call it, sign up process. So let me show you what the sign up process looks like. Okay. But like a better website, they want to sign up. Let's see. Now we network is going to do to us. Give me a second so I can operate this properly. Okay. Now when you come to the platform, we ask a couple of questions. The reason we ask these questions is not to stress you as a customer or as a patient. Yeah. We always try to be on the good side. It's regulation. Yeah, whatever regulation you come up with, try to be on the good side. I also try to cover you as a customer. We don't do the fun one thing in the future, maybe you set up a business, everything's running, and then 2 months later, the country you live in, it's the main part of the policy. And then you have to shop to kind of place your operate. So at the very beginning, we try to make sure you're covered as a customer. I will ask you certain specific questions about your business, upload basic KYC information, your address, and we verify some of this information. Just to be sure that you're covered. When regulation comes on board, we face regulation, we know that our merchants are covered. Yeah. So I don't want to bore you to go through by going through all these services. So I'll just log into a live platform and they show you what these features like at the left hand side can do. Okay? So if you're familiar with some of these features, yeah, well, of course we like to go the extra mile, like to have a little touch, I'll cover it to you. Okay? So I'll just log in quickly. Hope the internet is fine. The internet is fine, so we can quickly. So this is a live platform. Now, before you go live, you notice that you have a test code that helps you do your test, from your website, just want to test. The test code gives you access to certain keys, whatever it is you need for your payload to test the environment. You have all of that here. And then when you're done with all the information here, you can now request to go live. Our compliance within 24 hours, max 48 hours for whatever reason. Yeah. They go through the requirement documentation and they're able to approve your profile. Yeah. Even without approving your profile, you can still take a couple of days, you can begin to use the top one feature, the menu feature, you can begin to play around with that. You can actually collect live payments for the approval. But then it's a time frame within 30 days, you're expected to have completed documentation so that you're not shut down your business. Okay? So this is what the platform looks like. Login. Of course, people can pay you now via different channels. Probably transfer channel, if you are familiar with the major account service, people can pay you transfer them on cards. I won't go more on cards because they're all familiar with cards. But the industry now is shifting away from cards. We want to take through other methods like USSD transfers. Okay? So whichever way is convenient for the customer, they can pay you. They can pick up their phone and then USSD code or the rate for them and pay you. Transfer can be transfer and pay you. So the idea is trying to create more ways merchants can collect money. Okay? So I'll show some, before I go into details, I'll show some interesting features. Like stuff like the POS, the new feature. Okay? Jeff talked about POS earlier. So what I try to do is you can come to a type of business as a merchant and indicate interest that you want a POS. And then you can see different POS terminals here. You can have 100 POS terminals here. So without going through the stress of going to a bank to request for POS, sitting in your room or your office, you can just come to learn business and indicate your interest to buy POS terminal for your store for whatever reason as a merchant. Okay? And then pick the type and see if there's a brief description of what you get for each type of POS. Okay? You pick and then you indicate interest, and then the team reaches out to you, and then if there are requirements you need to provide, they let you know this requirement. Okay? This is one of the new features that we have. Then we have the storefront. Now I mentioned earlier that if you have a website, that's still sell online. Okay? So the storefront feature allows you to do that. So if you're a new merchant, you can come to the storefront feature here and then you create the store for yourself. And customize the name. You know, some people don't have this. Okay? Customize the name. You can have a product. You can even categorize your products. So, for example, I'm selling different things. I'm selling shoes, I'm selling bags, I'm selling clothes. You know, I come to those categories. I want to be tidy. I get the category. And so there are 10 categories here. And I have a category here. It makes categories. Okay, and then under product, with my products, and indicate what category they belong to. So it's easier for my customers to see. Okay, and then as this is the test product I created here, I can simply share that link to somebody. Test product and receive the link. This is what it looks like. Okay. If I have multiple products here, if I have multiple products here, they will show up. A customer who gets this link and is able to pick any of my products that I card, and they're able to pay using any payment option I have. So maybe I'll show you what the payment option looks like. Okay. I'm asking because I'm talking to ask questions. It's okay for me to stop and attend to your questions. Okay. Okay, now let me actually go back. Yeah. Now let me there's some interesting things about this stuff from how to create a new product. Okay. Of course. Naturally, I'll ask you about the product description, put up an image on the product, of course the price, specify the price. Now, on these sales, we have some good stuff on sell off at discounted price. Okay, and indicate sale price. Yeah, so you can see maybe it on some e-commerce websites, see the original price, and sale price. So you can do all of that here. Okay, and you can indicate if you're selling or if you're not selling. So if, of course, if you set up this product before with state of saying selling, you only go and edit it and say you're no longer selling, maybe out of stock. Okay. Then of course I mentioned the category product on the topic. Okay. And then you can indicate the variances. So you have a bag, blue, red, green, or you have a shoe, different sizes. You can indicate the different the variance of that particular product. Okay, it allows you to do all of that. Okay, they complete a success message. When somebody successfully buys any of these products from you, what message do you want them to see? You can do all of that. You can put that message down. They can put value to you directly. If you have a fancy page you created and they want to go after the payment, send them to this page, Facebook page, whatever it is, yeah. So we allow you to do all of that. It's very granular. Okay. So that's for storefront. I don't know if there are any questions around storefront. It's a very simple product. I'm afraid you try to yourself. Okay, question. Yeah. Tell me also media. Okay, now it's another interesting thing I was mentioned. Yeah, we'll come to that. All of these products are here or features are here. You can always access it via API. So you don't want to come to my interface. My interface is not mine. I can test something better. Or just something you decide already that you don't be sending people to different websites and sending them back to your website. You can connect our API to use stuff from your API you can generate this stuff from the link. From the API you can create maybe you don't want to just interact with your own program on your own program and what you call the product interface here. You don't have to give it and back and do all of that via API. Okay. Does that help question? Okay. Or stuff on we have a WordPress plugin actually. Yeah, WordPress plugin. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, like PDF. Okay, okay. Yeah. Of course, we have that. So it's a very granular product. So, if I prefer you guys, I don't know if you're online, on YouTube, and study it, and let's even try it. I don't know if you log in. You can always try it out. So, what we try to do is, we know that people are very, people can be very capable in sell. Yeah, we try to allow them to be as granular as we can be, as flexible as can be, so you can do whatever it is you want. Be in control of whatever it is you're selling. Okay, so actually, pay attention to the real product as well. So I always try to say one thing, try create profile, try to yeah. Okay, so if there's any questions on stuff, you can always stop me back, stop me later and ask questions. Yeah. Now, okay. Well, oh, we don't have that yet. But then there's one point to add more plugins. So many of are interested in all these plugins. So there's a team working on adding more plugins. So that you can actually, that's what you're working with. Actually integrate.
Just in case if someone wants to pay for DSTV, what are you doing? They're just going to pay what it costs to each individual. We have like a directory for all this.
Okay, let's not use that topic, pictella.com. Yeah, pictella.com is the directory of services and products. And go to and see all DSTV, GAT, and you can pay for whatever you want to pay for. That's your question. From different merchants. No. So we try to separate each merchant's product. So if you have a storefront, it's a link to that store. When you share your store with your store link with somebody, you can see all the products you're selling. Yeah. So you can see across all products, just like the centralized e-commerce system to show you the different. Let's do this one on screen. Yeah, because any more questions? Okay, you know what I'm saying now products. Yeah, so if you're getting the product, I ask you a question. Yeah, we have the product. I ask, are you selling physical products or are you selling services? So if the other product is a service, yeah, it allows you to create enough physical products. You're selling the service. Yeah. Now an ebook, for example, let's say an ebook, for example, of course has a link. The information that goes to your customers, you have a link to that after they pay. You understand? If there's anything like that, we have a link that needs to be downloaded to the actual download file. Yeah? That was to transfer out of that day. So the customer pay and notify the customer, you can use to download using the link provided. Okay. Alright, I'll move to payment links now. This is what payment links look like. Okay, sorry. Oh, okay. How do I ensure? Okay, this is where I'll answer that question. Yeah. So when you say ensure, how do I ensure that? Okay, one mention someone sends a link for the shop. How do you operation of service or value? Okay, to be honest. Yeah, correct. Like money from various people and still not keep value. Yeah, correct. A lot of this is happening these days across different sites. So the thing is, at the time of purchase, you cannot really tell if you get value or not, but because you trust Twitter as a brand, which is why I spent some time talking about our compliance verifying our merchants. Yeah. Now, even if they have reached out a merchant, if the guy comes looking all valid and all that, there's a feature that allows the customer to always use chatback requests. So like got something and you get value, you always complain. There's a process that allows us to confirm if value was given and then money is returned to the customer. Okay. Now there's something also called S2. I'll talk about that later. Yeah. This question you asked, it will be solved by an S2 solution where it's a contract between the customer and the merchant. Say, oh, if after 2 days I don't get my service or goods, return money to the customer. It's an S2 solution that we built that also attends to that. But then the merchant has to subscribe to an S2 solution before the customers can enjoy it. Yeah, it's a service for S2 today. Okay. So payment links, before I talk about payment links here, there's something connected to payment links that we have. And what is that? That's the subscription plans. Okay. Now the reason I want to talk about subscription plans, we get one sample on here, is the fact that I may want to maybe I'm selling a service, yeah, and then I want to pay off maybe pay every week, or pay every day, or pay every 3 months, or pay every month. Yeah, so I'm actually creating a subscription plan for your customer. Say, since this customer pays for my service every month, so I'm selling internet services here. I create a plan that says every month they pay this customer. Okay, so I create a subscription plan. They want to create my payment, for example, yeah. Like come here and say create new. So I'm creating new link because I've created the subscription plan. It asked me You want to create a single female league or a recurring female league. Okay? So if I select a recurring female league, I put the amount, or if one person wants to choose the amount, then there's an agreement, I can do that. It's very flexible. Yeah. But what happens is what the customer makes that payment, we take it off, we utilize the information the customer has paid with. And then every month we try to take it that customer. Okay? So that's what recurring. But for single female league, it's just a one-off payment. Yeah. So you have done a deal, maybe on Instagram or Facebook or whatever channel. Yeah. And then I want you to pay me. And I can send with money, single money, and I send it to your email. And then you open it up and see the amount, or I like the amount if I choose. I make it a little amount, or use amount, and then so I'll show you an example. So this is the payment you have created here. I inside the amount in this payment. If you based on agreement, I can send it to you and say, okay, pay me 5K, pay me 60. Yeah. I could decide to lock it down, but I didn't lock it down for this particular one. Okay, and what happens is the customer enters their vision and chooses the amount of pay. And for the first time, I'll show you the new interface. Okay. So this is the new interface. Okay. So it looks like. Now if you notice, we moved all of these options from horizontal view to vertical view. And that's because we have plans in place to add more main options. Jeff talked about what you call it, value financing, pay, you already have money. You come here, you have money, that's not your business. As a merchant, you just want to sell. Okay? So whichever way you choose to pay, there's value financing that the merchant can enable. If you want to collect non-conform credit, you enable and you show up here. Okay? So they pay you, the lender pays on your behalf. But that's not the customer, that's not the merchant, which is the pay on your money. So we have pay USSD now, and a lot of banks on it. Okay? So you can tell that all of the plans are there. Or happens to select anyone, the customized stream that you can dial for your bank. Select GTV, star 727 star something. There's bank star 894. So all of those banks, all the major ones are here. Okay. And dial make payment. Okay, we have transfer. That is good. So for transfer, this is virtual account service. Partner with the bank. Let me try the bank. So this is what it looks like. You partner with the bank. Okay, and the whole service. For purpose want to transfer, I don't have a card, I don't want to borrow my card for security reasons. I can simply send the transfer to account number. Okay. And then which part of the account number the bank notifies us, notify the merchant that somebody has paid. Now during settlement, which is T plus one, the customer doesn't really have to know what channel it is. All they know is that today I sold 1 million and this is my settlement. The channel of payment doesn't really matter to merchants. All they need are the collected payment. But to us, we made available different methods of payment to the customer. So we can pay you whichever way. And we have reasons to come back from paying you. Okay? Some of our competitors have this feature as well, but what we need additionally to this is, the way customers can pay, some of them want to game the system. So I want to pay 100 naira. They're so smart. I want to pay 90 naira. They want to pay 90 naira. We are so generous, we want to pay 150 naira. Yeah. Some partners should collect the money regardless, and they will need to initiate a reversal later. They don't want all that hassle. Yeah. So what we've done is, if you try to pay anything less than 100 naira, the transfer won't even pay the first place. That was one feature that we made sure was available before going live with this product. So we have to worry about the chaos that comes with the what you call reversals or customer complaints when it comes to this service. Okay, because if you try to pay a wrong amount, it's going to fail at the point of inquiry, your banking app or internet banking application. Okay. And of course, we have the QR service, and we have the digital wallets for those that have digital accounts. Some people keep saying this digital account, but they don't understand what it is. Some people today are able to store your cards Just like you have a wallet, like a virtual wallet. So I have a couple of cards stored in your wallet. Okay. So what this does for you is once you have the cards stored in your wallet, you don't move around your cards. Okay, once you come here and log into your digital profile, all your cards will be displayed. Let me try and log into my network is a bit somehow. I'm trying to log into okay, but yeah, so just log in. No, I'm trying to get it. I'll show you what it looks like. You know, like this, all the cards in the wallet. I don't move around. I don't move around my wallet. Yeah, all my cards are just one place. I select it. The cards are tokenized. If you get one on pay it, I'm ready to pay. Okay, that's the whole idea. Let's go back to the platform. Okay. Okay. Well, meanwhile, any questions on payment link? And again, for the developers here, if you want to access payment link within an API from your application, you can also do that. And if they are available, you don't necessarily have to use my interface. Okay, this is for those who like my interface and wants to do everything here. Okay. Are there any questions on payment link? Questions? It's quite clear. It's not new. All right. So now, add invoices. Okay. Please. So it is here. I hear it. Wait a second, let me change. I don't get it. Okay, why would okay, can you hear me? Okay, while I wait for the internet to come up, we have something called invoices. Yeah. So whatever you've done with your customers, you can just send promotional invoices self-signed to the items customers purchased, and then to the customers email, send an invoice to them. You can see the invoice, you can apply discounts, you can apply tax, check Anyone want to apply? Anyone want to apply? Fine. This is better. Okay, so this is what the invoice looks like. Yeah? Of course, it's specified. So battery of this is dead. Can I get another mic? Can I get another mic? Okay. Can you see clearly? Those are the back. Can you see screen clearly? Oh, better. Okay, so you want to send out invoices to your customers. Okay, or you can allow us to do that. Original invoice, the nice thing. Let's say the customers know, of course, the email to notify. You know, the due date. Maybe you don't send it today, you want to send it tomorrow. Or the due payment due, the payment is due for tomorrow. You can specify that. So customers instead of that, we are nearest. You know, if you have extra information to say you can do that. You can get more interesting, yeah. You need to include the items. Like go to the one item. Okay. So whether one or multiple items, you can specify on that there. Okay. Now, okay, so I talked about percentages, so you can give discounts to the customer. The one item. Okay. So let's say I said that 10 service. Okay. Let's say if my voice is enough, let's say to apply 10% discount on this item. Okay. Keeps going out. I'm only enough. That's fine. Okay. So I've specified an item of 2,000 naira. I put 2 units, which ordinarily should have been 4,000. Yeah. But then I want to give the customer a 10% discount in the based on agreement. I can specify that here. And then you can see the discount already been applied. Yeah, I can apply tax in the whatever tax is, or I want to charge for shipping fee. Okay. I apply all of that there, and then I create the invoice. Okay. So the customer gets an invoice. So the customer gets an invoice like this, or an email like this. Okay, I click on pay now. Yeah, and then that's what the invoice looks like. Okay. Only added 2 items. If I add more items, like listed everything. If I add discount, plus specified. If you can pay for the invoice. Of course, when I click on pay this invoice, it pops up the old gateway, the gateway I showed you. And then the customer can choose any payment method to pay it. Okay. So that's what it looks like. Again, you can create invoice via API for my developer friends. Okay. And then when it comes to documentation, when a fees comes on board, we go deeper into the documentations, because that's what you guys need to talk. The APIs, the build, and all that. We dive into that to answer questions around all of that. Okay. Are there any questions so far? Or am I clear enough? Questions? Questions? So I'd like you guys to try this out. Maybe during lunch or anytime. Try it out. Have questions you can ask. So you can ask, I can answer them on the spot. Okay? Um, Now, I talked about, we go to settings or okay, now let me mention some things on this portal. Okay. In the past, we've had issues where developers have designed products for customers, yeah, and then maybe along the line there's been mix up with maybe account number for settlement and all of that. So what we've done is to cut that, we put in a feature in place, like a two-factor authentication. Yeah. So if you want to make a change or add an account, new settlement account, you have to enter the 2FA, what do you call it? You have to enter the OTP. Okay, so we are sure that the right person is the person making the change and not some fraudulent person. Okay, so there's a factor setting here. You can enable it for login if you want. If you don't want to stress, you can just enable it for settlement account change. Okay. Now, these are the payment channels available right now. And they will even use like I mentioned earlier, we're trying to promote self-service. So you don't have to call me to say you don't want to do QR anymore, or you don't want to do transfer. You can actually enable any method you like yourself. For example, maybe you don't like the items you sell are usually items with large amount of money, cost large amount of money. I don't want to use USSD because of the limit tied to USSD. You can take out USSD and just limit it to using transfers. You have the control to do all of that here. And the main channels option. Okay. Of course, your settlement account number can add multiple account numbers. Okay. For the dev guys, there's something we call payment items and payment items. This one, other word. Let's see, remember the word. Okay, so the payment items, yeah. What that means is I can have a gateway that does different things. Okay, but then I want the medium of collection to be different from each one. Okay, you can only separate concerns and the gateway. So you can call maybe one is doing recovery, one is not doing recovery. All of that flexibility comes with the gateway. Okay, and then like I said, not up to anybody. All the keys you need are here. For this sample merchant, for example, all the keys are here. I don't have to call anybody. The keys are here. If I want to do webhooks, everything I need is available as well. Okay, you can see all of that here. So the platform is designed to be flexible. So, but I guarantee you more features are coming on board, like the escrow. So this escrow now, yeah. If you understand what escrow means, I don't know how many of you know escrow here very well. Have you used any escrow system before? Yeah. Okay, so escrow is basically around about digital contracts. Okay. Whatever agreement I have with you as a customer, I want to deliver in 2 days. If you don't get money in 2 days, I return money. Okay. That's what escrow allows you to do. It's flexible. The contract I have with you can be different to contract I have with another customer or on different products. As on these products, the SLA is 3 days. I have that contract with the customer, and the customer sees the contract before agreeing to pay. They will charge our small escrow fee, and then in 3 days, if I don't deliver, I can even request for additional time. The customer is okay with it, or if I don't respond, the money goes back to the customer. Whatever the contract is flexible. Okay, that's what escrow allows you to do. Okay, and then of course we have refund. If I had the payment that I can settle now, I'll show you refund. So what refund does for you is I don't have any payment for refund yet. Okay, but what refund does is for our customers that for merchants who want to refund money to their customers. So maybe they sold something, maybe you sold an item to a customer or a service and get person didn't get money, but we settled you. The merchant, meaning money got to your settlement account. Okay, you can come here and initiate a refund to that customer. Remember, you don't know the customer's account number. You only know that the person paid you and you want to refund money. So instead of asking for account number, give me your account details, you can just go and use the refund feature, and it sends money back to the account that paid it. So that way you call fraudulent customers who will see it's me that paid. Meanwhile, they didn't make that payment. Okay, so money goes back to the customer that initiated the payment. We track the account number and ensure the customer gets the actual amount. You can do full refund, you can do partial refund. Maybe the guy paid 5K, you want to send back 2K. Whatever it is you are doing with the customer. You call it in your call and you have the control. Okay? And there are disputes. I don't have disputes here. There's no chance, so there's no dispute access here. So what dispute allows you to do is as you go to the bank to say, oh, like just like the question you asked earlier, yeah? When the customer goes to the bank, oh, I paid this merchant and they didn't get money, or I didn't get value. The bank already has a process in place, they know the business, so they raise a dispute. So as a merchant, you can come here and accept or decline. But if it is a fraudulent merchant, they raise it as fraud, and it takes a different approach. You understand? Because if I say, if I like the same fraudulent merchant to answer to the dispute, then as well say yes, I give value. You know. So when you're raising dispute at the bank, you know how to specify the reason for the dispute. Is it fraudulent? Is it I just paid, I didn't get my value? If the customer is not satisfied with feedback, there's an arbitration process that allows us to look into the matter better. Okay? So that way your customers are sorted out. Okay? There's no room for fraud to catch the vessel. Okay? All right, so you can also have a list of your customers. The customer trend feature is coming up. You need to see there's a list of customers here that have paid you in the past year. There's also a feature that talks about customer trend, but that one is not ready yet. Yeah, but the whole idea is I can see who is paying me more, who are my best customers are patronizing more. So that's on that customer trend. It's not live yet. But customers are available. You can see list of customers that have paid you in the past. Your internet is bad. I can't really show most of these features. Okay. Well, I don't have any questions so far. Questions? Am I clear? Questions?
I saw just something.
Right, cool.
I like how you can ask questions and of course, based on data about payments or even businesses that have they don't have those concerns of it because of fraud and the rest. So that's one thing is the platform is nice, of course. Someone saying that what pays that
Okay.
very hard. You see. So I think it doesn't have the hedge in terms of the cabal of payments. So I think what your critical success factor is because you are the top and you can actually help when it comes to using fraudulent transactions. I think reduction in fraudulent transactions online will still content to be on data.
Yeah.
So that's why I thought about the marketplace direction. So maybe in terms of what Granny said, maybe after payments, I don't know, I have a kind of rating system, just like what you have old multiplier, after payments, the rest actually for the sales of product rates.
Rate the merchants.
And that can allow you then on your marketplace directory, you can decide to now run services. Of course, there will be lots of services you can categorize them and what you use. And you can now run them using how services. If you have a couple of lifestyle, you'll be one year. And when you want to get for utilities like 1 year also, we have companies that, and the project guys will have the ranking will push them back.
Automatically,
so I think moving forward, that will help you ecosystem. But if that's not there, you see a lot of platforms that are doing this and they do have that kind of leverage that industry has. That's
Yeah, thank you for the feedback. I'll take that down. Okay. I don't know any more questions. You guys seem to be enjoying the show. Well, suggestions are welcome as well. Questions. But then the whole idea is a lot of people don't know about these products. You know, like I mentioned at the beginning, we just think it's just infrastructure and just car payments. Then you don't know that there's something called Google business. Which is why, as I'm showing to you now, you show others. Let them know that Particular business is free. All of these features come free. They only charge our fees, just like Jeffrey predicted earlier, 1.5%. No extra flat charge. Okay. Mike, can you hear me? Am I audible enough? If I shout any further now, just wait. Am I audible enough? Because of those online, I don't want to leave this spot. Okay. So the mic, please. Where's the mic? Someone bring you the mic. Or can you at least hear me? Can you hear me at the back? No? Okay, but people at the back can hear me. Yeah, because of this. Okay, can you guys come closer? I can't really hear clearly. You hear me? Okay, much better. Okay, so I was talking about the fees. All of these come at no cost. Okay, the of business is free. Sign up, no sign up fee, no integration fees, no ED charges. 1.5%. In fact, it's being reviewed currently. When you go to the portal, you see calculated charges, okay, or fees. Then it's 1.5% to cap at 2,000. That's it for national acceptance. So I think now it's being reviewed to 3.8%. So okay, but then look at the charges. Let's try and change the mindset of 150k. There's no 150k anywhere again. I don't know if anybody is secure about 150k. Okay. So I don't know, that's about it for the platform. If you have questions I would like you to ask, it's quite straightforward platform. It's always best if you can go there yourself and try it out. So I'm just be the case of I'm showing you what's not there. So try it out. If you have questions to ask, always available to attend to your questions. Okay. Yeah.
I think there's scenarios where a company may have multiple products.
Yeah.
Okay, and more like multiple applications, focusing on different sectors of the economy, on one single business name. So instead of having the products as companies on its own, okay, it's a single company with multiple products, and then you need to collect payments for all of these products. Okay, and then maybe for accounting purposes, you need the money to be settled into different accounts for each of these products. And then maybe for visibility, okay, when the customer wants to pay, you want the customer to see the product name and not the company name. Okay, so these are scenarios that we are faced with in the past. So I don't know if the team can consider this and what can be done.
Okay, thank you for that question. So the name I was thinking about then, that on my head. There's something called payables. Yeah, I'll allow you to touch more on that. Now, this kind of like what the challenge you've got now can be treated, can be attended to using concept of payables. Yeah, so with a single sign up, you can bring multiple gateways. Yeah, you can have as many separate accounts as you want. I can tie each payable to different accounts. So meaning for this particular business type, I'll send transactions through this payable and they get settled to this particular account. So that flexibility is there actually. It's there today. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Any more questions? Try and about at least talk about the documentation part or anything API, payload that will interest the developers. Okay, there are no more questions. I think I'll go for now. Thank you very much for listening.
Sure. I noticed it's 1:30, so I'll try not to bore everyone. Because I know a lot of people will be hungry. I'm hungry right now too, so I'll try and keep it like fast. So I'm going to attempt to show you how to integrate to Windows with 5 minutes to collect payments. Hopefully my internet doesn't fail me because that will not prove the point I'm trying to make that you can connect in as quick as say 5 10 minutes to collect money online. So I'll show you guys through our documentation platform. So the people who spoke earlier about it, in Poland, we are also referred to it. So it's docs.industry.com. That's how you get there. So documentation and everything, not just collecting payments. We curated everything there, not just for developers, but also business people to see what the industry is offering. So I'll go to the online payments and just take you through. So today we have, there are different ways you can collect money. So you have your website. You want to put the payment button there, pay with industry, pay with XYZ, collect money. There's also the part where you have the mobile app. You want to integrate your mobile SDK, Android, iOS, Flutter, React Native, you have plugins for all that. So what Jeffrey spoke to earlier too. So everything we have on the web, we've literally taken the same experience to. So I promise to bring that POS and so the same experience we have on the web, so you can collect money using cards, QR, USSD, transfer. That same experience is also on POS. And same transactions people do there, you can literally just go to business.retailer and you see everything that is being done. So you can literally run your physical and digital business from just one place. Okay, let's just go right into this. POS is there for anybody that wants to definitely do. So to how do you integrate? You have your building your website, you're starting your project. Probably want to play around with payment options that are available to show. Some of you might be building for clients, some of you might be building for yourselves. But still, you still want to play around with it on test environment before you start using actual money to collect payments. So yeah, to integrate, you literally just go to business or quick you register. I won't register right now because I already have a profile. And when you're in, you see there's a section called developer tools. That's where you get all your merchant credentials that you can use for the different payment methods that we have today. So if you were integrating via API, you get your client ID and secrets. If you're using web, you get your merchant code and PID ID. So internet is what you have. Well, so let me just go straight to web checkout. So today, this is what you typically see on websites today, where you see pay with InterSwitch WebPay or pay with XYZ. So what the merchant has done as the person has integrated to. So you will need to tell me what they're showing now. Pay with such. I'll try not to distort the flow. But let me take you to the demo page to just show you to bring the point home. Yeah. So today you have so to collect money on your website. So say you have a website. This is an ugly looking website, but this is just to show you what it looks like. So you have a website and you wanted to add a pay button there. Sorry, one second. This is the part where you plays music. Okay, bye-bye. So you had a website, you wanted to collect money, you had a payment button there. So ideally, what we will tell you in the documentation is for you to do a redirect. So there are two ways you can go about it today. There's a pop-up. So the pop-up is the customer doesn't necessarily leave your website when you're trying to pay. So you had a payment, it says pay within that switch, you click that. sorry, click redirect. So you click pop-up, and what happens is payment gateway will just show up on your same site. You don't need to, customer doesn't need to leave the site for you to do that. And for you to do this, it is as simple as just writing how many lines of code, like 10, 11 lines of code of JavaScript for you. So what we try to do is we try to simplify it. I mean, we know there are expert programmers, there are also people that are still learning. We don't want to discriminate, so we try to make it as easy as possible to integrate to. So what you're doing is, all you're doing is you're just going to the business object and fetching your merchant code and pay item ID. And you can put that in the samples code snippet. And what that does is you can literally just paste that on your site. And once the customer clicks that payment button, you get to see the payment into it. So there's the option of a redirect. The difference between a redirect and pop-up is the redirect to take you out of the website. So it takes the customer to our old gateway. So if you see, when I click this button here, you notice the URL changes to the industry payment gateway where the customer gets to see all the different payment options that we have provided. It's literally, so if you have your, you can just go to docs.industry.com and you see what I'm talking about, like, sorry, so that's for the screen that is really. Okay, that speaks to web checkout. There's the option for people that will say, okay, this is fine, but I don't want my customer to see industry. I want to use you to process cards, but I don't necessarily want to be supporting, I mean, exposing your brand to my customers. I want to create my own gateway. So this is where we have the API. Like the issue with API today is because of how risky it is to expose to the customers card, we only need people that have some level of PCI license access to that API. But what that lets you do is pretty much lets you build your own payment gateway however you like. You can implement your user interface however you like, collect customers' cards however you like, do all the you like add animations to your page. A couple of big guys you know today actually use those APIs to process the MasterCard and Visa because of it. So okay, I'll take you to a more interesting one. So there's a part where you're just starting up or you're a small business or you don't necessarily have the resources to get a PCI license because it's quite expensive and the certification process is quite tedious. So what we've done is we've created should I say a bridge between, so the best of both worlds pretty much. So you can customize your payment interface however you want, but the difference is when you're collecting those sensitive card details, it's over an iframe that is hosted by industry. So the industry that is actually collecting those payment card details, but you can customize it however you want. So you can see this page here. This is actually a payment gateway. But you can see how it looks nothing like the one I showed you earlier, which was this. So this is actually a payment gateway too that is using an interswitch hosted field. But the difference is you see, if you see this, you don't know it's interswitch. You can add your brand logo, customize it however you like. But all these fields are collecting the sensitive information. You just need to refer to an iframe. So all you're doing is just putting a reference to those fields there. And you can pretty much customize the look and feel however you want to. And your payment gateway is connected. I'll move to non-card payments quickly. Apologies for the so just go back to show you what non-card options look like. Internet is on this country. So I know earlier we showed card, we showed QR, we showed USSD, we showed transfer. So the same way you can enjoy the experience on the payment gateway, it's also the same way you can actually build your own experiences around it. So we have APIs for all that. So if you wanted to say you wanted to build a product that allows market women collect payments from their customers using USSD. Don't necessarily, I mean, the market woman doesn't have internet to show you payment gateway. All you can do is build an app or build something that allows her to generate the USSD code. And what she does is, okay, well, you want tomatoes, so yeah, pay me 500 naira. She shows it to the person. Person does that. Once they pay, you send your API endpoint available. And all you just have to do is build an experience to show the woman in the app, or you can even do it over yesterday. Say, okay, someone has paid you XYZ. So the same way you do things, we actually did for all the different payment options. So we try to make it accessible via API to allow people to just take it and innovate and do whatever you want to do with it. You don't necessarily have to use what we have as this internet and communication. What's the best network in Abuja? Next time I'm coming, I promise to come with Intel, MTN, all of it. I'll come with 4 devices next time because this is an interesting experience. Yeah, so my internet and my laptop are decided to ATM and decided to do okay, let me just take it through the POS then. Because an MTN SIM card and put it better than Intel. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see what this looks like, but this just shows you what is also possible at the POS. So the same way we had the funky payment gateway that had all the payment options before, you can see there's a card, transfer, USSD, QR code here. And in essence, what this allows you to do is, this is what, so we built this, there's the SDK that allows you access to all this, but we use an app over the SDK to just show people what is possible with this. So literally you can decide to do whatever flow you wanted to. Wanted to empower someone that has the POS at the supermarket when ATM cards are not working to be able to do some things. I mean, we've seen people use it for selling travel tickets, for example. So they have their travel application on the app. And when it's time to collect payments, there's just the option that shows you enter customer card. So there's literally no limit to what you can do with this. And the beauty is it's all provided over an SDK, so it's not necessarily, so it's up to you to decide however you want to do or customize it. And Jeffrey, I don't know if that promo is still on, but Jeffrey was doing one promo around POSs. Yeah. But no, my voice is let me see that. It's weird. It's actually free, so just on board, go to business.retailer. You can actually request for a POS device and to get it out to you free of charge. The SDKs are there for you to actually download and try and play around with it. We would actually love to see what people will do with it. And the beauty is we have an app store, so we can actually help on the English word distribution. So we can also help amplify the noise around stuff that you do around POS so for other people to use. Apologies for the internet, but if you wanted to check out more of the documentation, just go to docs.industry.group.com. And I think after lunch, I'll be available for any questions. Or are there any other questions before lunch? Because me myself, I'm hungry right now, but I'll take questions. Anyway, sure.
Like you talked about the time frame.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just like when you just inherit the design, like what brand the payments now. Yeah, I just want clarification on that part. Like, you're talking about the iframe whereby
For when, yeah?
yes,
Yeah.
people can get the license off and you just want to assist them.
Yeah.
So how does branding, how does it get inherited across all devices? So if you want to call it XYZ payment gateway, of course behind this
So when you say devices, do you mean when we're doing POS or already say POS?
I mean which way you want the branding to be consistent. So I understand
Oh,
what for the web.
awesome.
So how does it
So what we've done there, the same way we had that payment gateway that had the industry prime on web, we built that same experience on POS, which is what I'm showing you. If you use any of the payment options, it looks like a similar. Once you use web, you know that it's an interswitch app that you're using on POS. So that was that. But it's also the same way we also know. I mean, we know people. Some people want to just be necessarily want to do what they want. So it's also available an SDK for you to take it and customize however you want.
So for maybe individuals that wants to customize the look and feel of their payment gateway service, you mentioned hosted by IT. So is it possible for these individuals to build their own inline option and still be able to work with the item?
The beauty is JavaScript, so it's literally you can literally customize it however you want to. But JavaScript and HTML work hand in hand. So when you're trying to collect, when you declare a text box to collect the card information, you just have to put a reference to our ID that refers to card box. So you just there are two things you do. You refer to our library JavaScript. Then when you have a text box that's for card, we just tell you this is the name you should name the ID and that's all. It works behind the scenes. Okay, thanks for that. I think there you go. Go ahead. Launch now to okay, I think we can come on. I don't know.
Yeah, hello. Okay, launch is now. It's going to be for the next 1 hour. So you can go to the open space out there, the virtual assets, so you can take your lunch and really relax over there. So in the next 1 hour, we'll be back to take some other engagements and then we answer questions. That part is where we talk about how we can have partnerships struck and then how you can also um, generate revenue while you are building those apps and those solutions that you are building for your customers. Okay? So let's meet in the next 1 hour. Is that okay?
think about APIs, and the general public will probably be wondering, what are these APIs that people typically talk
What
about?
is an API? Maybe tell us what an API
Yeah,
is.
what's an API, right? So an API is also known as an application programmable interface. At InterSwitch today, the way we understand APIs, or the way we look at APIs, or the way we interpret APIs is as a product rather than code, right? And that's demonstrated in how we sort of categorize our APIs in our API marketplace, right? So we have, for example, we have things like accept payment, right? We have things like send money, and we have different ways of sending money. We could typically say, oh, for a business that wants to do a single transfer, we have that provision or that API for that. We also have for the bulk transfers, right? We also have for the typical agent cash out, which is like for the agent locations as well. We have those APIs that basically provision them for that. And then we have so many others, right? Today we can boast of over 100 plus APIs that we are basically churning out through this our API marketplace. However, as the business head, we would like to hear more of what's actually coming, right? What's actually coming in terms of these our API marketplace.
Okay, so to try to simplify the definition of API is a bit more. It's a software intermediary. It's a way for two systems to communicate with each other. InterSwitch is, being the mothership of, payment. We've actually had, a lot of solutions and services, that we've extended to our partners via APIs for quite a long time. The first set of APIs that InterSwitch extended out, date as far back as 2008. They went RESTful and all the really, cool ones.
I was in high school then.
Yeah, so
I was in high school.
You don't have to diss me, please. So it's pretty much just a way to exchange information, thereby enabling you extend your services to your partners. Okay, so we've built a lot of these cool solutions. The world started moving towards software as a service, started moving towards remote connectivity and things like that. I mean, not everybody wants you to come and deploy a solution in their location. So APIs started to build up and become a thing where you can have your service and you can enable third parties use your services to create to innovate on their own side, run their own products, or just even run their businesses. And from a business perspective, one of the main things we're focusing on doing is empowering businesses to do what they do. Okay, and it goes beyond just payments. So whether you collect, whether you want to disburse or pay out, whether you're running a loan company, and you want to pay out your loans or collect your loans, whether you want to send out SMSs, whether you want to manage cards. I mean, irrespective of the business you do, we have a service for you, and we can give you access to that service via APIs, right? We currently have, I think, we're the company with the single largest number of services across not just payments but identity services and so on and so forth. Right? Like we literally can power a fintech, from all the way from where the customer signs up on the mobile app, the authentication, the OTP, to the transactional things that happen inside, funding your wallet, checking your balance, all the way through to, pulling your statement, to the dashboards that the admins use to manage the platform. Like we literally can power an entire fintech end to end. That shows you the power of or the breadth or the depth of InterSwitch services. And we're really trying to focus on allowing people to access these services and innovate with them and build businesses and to help them prosper.
I like that you actually said that allowing businesses also end and helping them prosper, right? It actually brings my mind back to what does that mean for small businesses, right? So I mean, when I say small businesses might not have the financial capability to build an app end to end, right? How can InterSwitch help them to sort of like go to market fast, right? We understand that there's a lot of funding coming into the African market, right? There's a lot of digitalization going on, right? But for small businesses, like small, medium business,
businesses, right? How can InterSwitch APIs really just help them grow or help them scale or help them just build that MVP that they need to sort of like pitch their idea to probably investors and stuff?
So I think that irrespective of the size of your business, a business is pretty much an entity that either provides a service or goods and wants to get paid in that sense, right? There might be other variations, but I'll just zone in on that. Try to answer the question. And for businesses who who want to pay or get paid or take advantage of our identity services, they will need some investment in technical expertise to access the APIs. However, while we also understand that there are businesses who may not want to, or who may not want to have such huge investments, we provide a lot of our services as SaaS, software as a service, where they can access directly through by just signing up. So I'll give a typical example. So a business who wants to host or sell their goods online, for instance, if you sign up to our particular business platform and you don't have the technology experience to do an actual integration, so you can take advantage of our storefront solution, where you pretty much host a website for you. You just go in there, design it, any way you like, pick your colors, host your products, and then you automatically have access to all our payment options. And you can start your business like that, without even having any technology knowledge or making any technology investments. Okay, so we've looked at that, but in addition to that, we're also looking at other types of businesses and thinking of ways to help them, start off quicker, by providing them, whole services and enabling them to just, with a few clicks, go live with their business.
Yeah. That's very interesting, but I look at that from two sides, right? So the SME on its own, right? And I look at the talent pool as well, right? What would you say that InterSwitch is looking to do, right? I mean, coming from an insider perspective, looking at what does InterSwitch hope to do in terms of our APIs, and how do we empower this talent pool of developers, right? Because from a product perspective, my understanding, right, is that these developers, right, they are the core of what we are building, right? So the documentation, the developer, so it's core to them. The developer is our main focus, right? So how are we going to empower these guys as well? What tools and services are we giving to these guys to sort of like support these businesses, right? How do we use the community as well to empower them to innovate, to not just sit still and do more, right?
Okay, so this is the first step. About it, putting the information out there. I'm sure a lot of people were surprised when I started talking about the breadth of services that we have. Most businesses are usually known for maybe just doing collections or one thing or the other, right? But InterSwitch pretty much has all these businesses in one. Okay, so the first thing to do is to create that awareness, and that's what we're trying to do, to let people know that you can do second way is to create that access, make it intuitive, just make it easy to the eyes, easy on the eyes, make it accessible and let it just work. People need to be able to go there, find what they want very easily, integrate very easily, have up-to-date FAQs, so that they can check if they're having problems. Have support people on standby to be able to chat with, those basics. And then, further than that is engagement. Continuous engagement. You told them, you've given them access, what else are you doing about it? Are you telling them about the new stuff? Are you taking their feedback to improve your services? Are you partnering with them so that they can innovate with your services? Because, no matter how big we are, we can't think of everything. There are people out there who, if they have access to your service, they can create new value chains. In verticals that you probably never even thought of, with your services. And, with that, we're growing a larger ecosystem and ensuring that we stay at the core of it. Right? So we've improved our documentation. We've tried to really go through it, get feedback from customers, and try to improve the lingo, try to improve the organization. Of the items, just to make them a bit more, so that people can find things and stuff like that. And then we have major plans to do a lot of business. InterSwitch has done, tech events in the past. Tried to made a few attempts to engage developers and even train young developers, so that we can introduce more people to tech. But there's a lot more to be done, so you guys should watch out. Watch the space for some more developer engagement. And I don't know, maybe you can tell us a bit more about from the product, from the product perspective, some of the efforts that you've put in terms of engagement.
So in terms of engagement, right, we see our developers as our primary customer, right, as opposed to just the founders and the business owners, right? So what we have done is that we structured our conversation with the developers, right? And the first thing we actually did was we got their feedback on our documentation, right? And a lot of the feedback was majorly them not understanding the attributes of our documentation. And we got to know that they wanted to understand the requests that they would be sending and the responses that they will be getting. Right now, so what that gave us right at the core was that we needed to break down our services because there are so many, they are so vast, and they're everly changing. Right, we decided to break it down in subsections, right? So for the new user or for the existing user of our APIs, there's a subsection in our documentation that speaks to getting started, right? This getting started typically speaks to how APIs were built, the RESTful APIs, the SOAP APIs, whatever the API is, you will probably see how it's defined in there. You would find the KYC requirements for each of the services that we have given out there, because for you to go live as a business, you need to fulfill some KYC requirements, right? So this getting started basically entails all of these: how to sign up as a business, how to sign up as a developer as well, right? And it gives you a brief sense of the kinds of authorization that we have. So I'll briefly just touch on that, right? At InterSwitch today, we currently have two types of authorizations, right? So we use InterSwitch Auth and we use OAuth 2.0, right? Now, InterSwitch Auth is sort of a bit of a legacy authorization technique, right? Years back, this API play was something huge, and we had to innovate around it. So that's when InterSwitch Auth had to come into play, right? And when OAuth came into the game, we went primarily with it, and we fixed up with new APIs, right? But that does not mean that we are not primarily trying to get up to standard with the open specification that we have out there, right? In terms of our APIs and our governances, right? We are getting there. However, we're taking those steps little by to actually get there and standardize everything across board. Now, bringing us back to the conversation of our documentation. So there's the getting started, which I just explained, and then there's the user guide, right? So this user guide explains to that user on how to use that service. So the first thing it tells you is this endpoint does this, right? And then it gives you a process flow of how to integrate that endpoint. So it takes you on that journey of this is the definition of your endpoint, right? And this is the process flow to integrate it with the endpoint. That in its own sense gives you a sense of direction, right? And then we didn't stop there. We went further to give you what are the types of requests that you would primarily send to integrate this endpoint, right? So the request and the successful response, we did that as well. Now, we went a step further to actually create some references, right? So that's the third part, and that's actually the most exciting part for me, right? So you'll find that in our documentation today, you can actually test these endpoints live. Right? Yes, you can actually test this endpoint live. And what that does for you is that as a business owner, you don't have to be too tech savvy to actually test an endpoint. So because what we have done is that we have put in those parameters for you, and we have just created the try it button that basically enables you just click on that button, try it, and you see the results you're supposed to get. Now, what that simply means is that we have bridged that gap between the business owner and the developer, right? So when the developer comes on board, he's going to do his entire integration, but then you already have a heads up of this endpoint works, and it gives me the solution that I need, right? So that's really our documentation in a nutshell, right? And what we're going to continue doing to foster growth for us is that we're going to continue improving on this, right? As we onboard new APIs, as we think of new things to do, right? We're going to onboard them in this format, so we don't lose charge of what we have done, right? And for us, it's a thing of pride that we are able to have this communication with the developer community, and they are satisfied with the work that we have done so far, and then we're even moving further open conversations around partnerships, conversations around hackathons like you mentioned earlier. InterSwitch has done stuff like that in the past, and we're looking to do more of that in the coming months. We have events lined up for the rest of the year that we will be engaging the developer community, and we're really excited about this. I mean, for us, it's day one. It's really day one for us at the InterSwitch API Marketplace.
You talked about partnerships. I think it's a major part of our API strategy. Despite the fact that we have all the services that we have available to make to put out their APIs. There are those that we don't. Okay? And one of the ways to make sure that we can bridge that gap, build one of the largest API ecosystems, to make sure that we can serve businesses across Africa moving through partnerships. So we're really going to be taking a lot of partnerships very seriously. That strategy is key to us succeeding in this, because there are a lot of partners who have also built out really cool solutions out there, and we're open to working with them to take it to Africa, that kind of thing. So
Yeah, and that's actually very interesting, because our partnerships help us grow, right? We're trying to build a prosperous Africa for even the common man, right? So, and this partnership basically just make sure that everyone has the right tools and has the right services to actually build upon, right? And remember in the conversation we're having earlier where we said people build use cases out of little things. I remember a conversation I had with the engineering head some time ago where he said, we built USSD, our USSD platform 723, we built it just to service our customers, and we put it on the QTB platform, and someone else built it in a different way, in a different model that typically enables his own users, right? So for us, partnership is key to developing Africa, right? We want to build this digital ecosystem for ourselves and for Africans, right, and within Africa, right? So it's really that conversation of, you have these two, let's work together, let's build this API marketplace, I have this solution, let's work with it, right, and let's just continue to innovate around it. And that for us is a thing of pride. Okay, so we've had different conversations on our API marketplace, right? However, I wanted to segue the conversation into something I saw on Twitter I think 2 years ago. And there was this tweet about how InterSwitch collects 200K before you can do a primary integration. And I was like, what? I was like, what? And then I remember, it was a heated conversation between a couple of guys, right? Do you want to just speak to that? Because I mean, it's a purported lie that's going on around it, and it needs to be addressed, right? I think it's actually really
Okay, so
to be had.
it came from somewhere. We were first movers in the collection business, and that was the business model. We actually used to collect fees to give access to the service that we usually going to do. This was abolished many years ago. You don't collect any money. It's absolutely free. Visit our API documentation. The URL should be showing above my hand. It is free to access the services. You don't need to pay anything. We've made it easy. We've made it, in a few steps you can access it. It will improve your time to market, reduce your expenses. You'll get a top quality experience, and you can run your business or just innovate. Build out new stuff from all the services that we do. However, just to put it out there, to run certain types of businesses, you will need certain types of licenses, and all that information will be available on the platform, and we will also create like use case stories, for different businesses, and in each of those stories, the list of requirements will also be there, so that before time you know what you need to do to access certain services. But accessing the services are absolutely free. It comes at zero cost.
Yeah, I like that. I like that you basically just address that issue there. Because for us now, like I always say, it's really day one for us, right? And we don't want that bad person in the market that says, oh, we talk about all of this, and then we say, oh, there's some money to be paid for this. And we're really bullish on access, right? And that stems from payment collections, lending services, cardless withdrawals, even card services, right? We're very bullish on that. We have the brand called Verve that we're basically influx into the market to basically increase access, increase adoption, right? For card payments today in Nigeria. What we've really done around collections is that we have even broken it down into 3 aspects, right? So you have your online store collections, right? Which is collections that you can do on your online store. We have the in-store, right? Where you can actually request a POS, right? For your in-store conversations or collection of value, right? And you can also have sort of like your mobile collections as well. However, that's not majorly what we do, but I understand that that's what we've been known for over the years, right? And to even just move that conversation forward, right? Today, APIs, would you say they are that they are something that have come to stay? What do you think about the future? Of APIs for us? I asked you this question because primarily, I believe for me, my answer might be different, or your answer might vary for the future of APIs, right? But yeah,
APIs are not going anywhere. This is just the beginning. If you think of the fundamentals of APIs and why they were created, it's simply put, it's not going to go anywhere, because systems must communicate. There must be a way for them to interact. With SaaS blowing up, software as a service companies and platforms blowing up, having an API is a necessity. It's a requirement. Once upon a time, it just used to be it's cool, nice to have.
Like a code.
But yeah, exactly. Right? But now you build a platform and you don't have, a platform you expect third parties to access, and you don't have API. So I think that a requirement, because the possibilities are endless. Once you give access to your platform, as you mentioned, the ability for third parties to innovate, speed to market, reduction in cost. I mean, they're only benefits. So I think this is just the beginning. The future will run on APIs. The future of technology will run on APIs.
I absolutely and genuinely believe that APIs are here to stay, right? And today you see companies that run on those business models, right? Primarily pushing the conversation around aggregating APIs in one solution and reselling it as a B2B solution, as a business to business solution, or as a business to customer solution, right? You see companies that they primarily just aggregate these APIs, different APIs that do different core functions.
And that's their entire business.
That's their entire business model, and they're really just selling that out. So I could literally just start up a business that literally just does that, and I'm literally making cool money on my own. So I think that's the future of where we're trying to go. That's how we're trying to go, right? I recently came across an application that basically buys cards, that basically buys gift cards, and behind the scenes, what really powers that is typically crypto. And I was like, wow, like how did these guys do this? But really, the reality is that they just typically just bridge that gap of that conversation, right? And I mean, for us at the marketplace, like I always say, it's day one for us, right? So we're really calling out on these ecosystem players, whether from the lending space from different angles of the payment spectrum, right? To really let's collaborate. Let's innovate together, right? We want to build systems that will empower Africa, right? And for us, like I always say, right, we are open to partnerships, we are open to these things, and we want to innovate, right? So maybe we can get last thoughts from you as well on like this conversation, this ecosystem play, this how do we go from here as InterSwitch in terms of APIs, right? What's to right? Where do you see InterSwitch APIs in the next 6 months?
Well, I don't want to let the cat out of the bag. But we're going to be right in the middle of these conversations, where there's going to be a lot of engagement from us. We're currently working on slowly, building up our API community, on Slack. We're aggregating these services. We're talking to key partners. We have over 30 services, over 100 API endpoints. And another 20 to 30 or so via partnerships in the pipeline. So we're really just working hard on creating this vast API ecosystem that will support
sort of like a one-stop
different
shop.
exactly a one-stop shop support different verticals across Africa. pretty certain that no matter what kind of business you run, you will be able to find something at InterSwitch. And we're not going to leave our developer community out of it because they are the ones that create the magic. They are the ones that will be building for the future. So we're looking forward to a lot of engagements with them. Bring them on board, and possibilities are endless and limitless.
I like that endless possibilities. Yeah. I like that. I really like that. And like we always say with our different brands, everything is possible, right? Everything is possible with our services. And for me, like as a product person, as a developer experience person, I always want to innovate. I always want to build. I'm open to these collaboration conversations. As a business head as well, is here to innovate with the ecosystem. So for us, we love what we do. We're here for you. We're here to create this access for you.
Hi, I'm Nana Eni. So I manage the digital ecosystems business at InterSwitch, where we're trying to focus on open banking and pushing out our API platform out in the market to help businesses. Across Africa prosper.
Hi, my name is Tochiko Achebe. I work as a product and developer experience person at InterSwitch. What I do primarily on a day-to-day is I basically manage the API marketplace, provide solutions for our developers. And basically relate with our developers on a day-to-day basis. I want to build. I enjoy this. And let's continue building together. And we'll typically share this Slack link. You can find it on developer.interswitchgroup.com. Our community is there. It's free to join. Along the way, we would also be sending our gift packs to our community members as well, and we'll be having events in the coming months. These events will be online. And offline, right? We understand the issues with COVID, the pandemic, right? And we are very, very bullish on being safe, right? So we'll have online events, and when the time is right, we'll have in-person events, and we'll take it from there. Pandemic will never stop innovation, and we will continue to innovate, right? So yeah.
So please join the Slack channel. Let's build the future of Africa.
payment link. Click on payment link on the menu. Payment link allows you to create new link option. You would get an option to select single payment link, which is a one-time payment, create a payment, or recurring payment link, which is a continuous payment request. Create new link option. To set up a single payment link, click on the single payment link or one-time payment, fill in the recurring payment, click on the which is a continuous payment image that shows the product or represents your brand. Fill in a description of the product. A one-time payment, fill in or recurring payment, click on amount time, click on the drop-down menu to find how the amount is set. There are two options to the shop of the product. Set by customer allows the person making the payment to set the amount they wish to pay. This option is useful for donation and other voluntary payments. There are two fixed amount allows you to set a fixed amount for the product. If you select fixed amount as the amount type, this will be required to fill in the amount of the product. If you would like to add additional options to payments, click on the Enable Advanced Options. If you select fixed amount under the Advanced Options, you can customize the link by filling in a preferred extension. If you would like to redirect your customers to another
Hooray! So while I was in the orientation camp, I realized that they did that salute for dignitaries that came, people of honor that came. And I just made up my mind that when I go home, I was going to do that salute for my orientation camp. I saw her make a lot of sacrifices for my brother and I just to have the dignitaries that came, people of honor that came, had a good life and not miss out because it was just a single parent. So the video was just done to honor her and say, okay, mommy, I'm done with school. I want you to see me. I want you to be happy. I want you to be proud of me. So that was just done to honor her and just, just became viral. It went viral. I remember today saying that Boy Adiri called me. HR. She called and I remember because my mom was crying when we realized that Interspeech had called. For me, I was really happy. I was honored that with just a simple gesture like that would touch thousands of people. Because when for me, I was really happy. I was honored that I come from just a simple gesture like that would touch mom, thousands of people, and we
Are you going back to Lagos today?
I'm busy.
Oh.
When you think about APIs, and the general public will probably be wondering, what are these APIs that people typically talk about?
What is an API? Tell us what an API is.
What's an API, right? So an API is also known as an application programmable interface. At InterSwitch today, the way we understand APIs, or the way we look at APIs, or the way we interpret APIs is as a product rather than code, right? And that's demonstrated in how we sort of categorize our APIs in our API marketplace, right? So we have, for example, we have things like accept payment, right? We have things like send money, and we have different ways of sending money. We could typically say, oh, for a business that wants to do a single transfer, we have that provision of that API for that. We also have for the bulk transfers, right? We also have for the typical agent cash out, which is like for the agent locations as well. We have those APIs that basically provision them for that. And then we have so many others, right? Today we can boast of over 100 plus APIs that we are basically churning out through this API marketplace. However, as the business head, we would like to hear more of what's actually coming, right? What's actually coming in terms of these API marketplace.
Okay, so to try to simplify the definition of APIs a bit more, it's a software intermediary. It's a way for two systems to communicate with each other. InterSwitch is, being the mothership of, payment. We've actually had, a lot of solutions and services, that we've extended to our partners via APIs for quite a long time. The first set of APIs that InterSwitch extended out, date as far back as 2008. They went RESTful and all the really, cool ones you have in
high school then.
Yeah, so
I was in high school
you don't have to
then.
diss me, please. So it's pretty much just a way to exchange information, thereby enabling you extend your services to your partners. Okay, so we've built a lot of these cool solutions. The world started moving towards software as a service, started moving towards remote connectivity and things like that. I mean, not everybody wants you to come and deploy a solution in their location. So APIs started to build up and become a thing where you can have your service and you can enable third parties use your services to create to innovate on their own side, run their own products, or just even run their businesses. And from a business perspective, one of the main things we're focusing on doing is empowering businesses to do what they do. Okay, and it goes beyond just payments. So whether you collect, whether you want to disburse or pay out, whether you're running a loan company, you want to pay out your loans or collect your loans, whether you want to send out SMSs, whether you want to manage cards. I mean, irrespective of the business you do, we have a service for you, and we can give you access to that service via API, right? We currently have, I think, we're the company with the single largest number of services across not just payments but identity services and so on and so forth, right? Like we literally can power a fintech, from all the way from where the customer signs up on the mobile app, the authentication, the OTP, to the transactional things that happen inside, funding your wallet, checking your balance, all the way through to, pulling your statement, to the dashboards that the admins use to manage the platform. Like we literally can power an entire fintech end-to-end. That shows the power or the breadth or the depth of InterSwitch services. And we're really trying to focus on allowing people to access these services and innovate with them and build businesses and to help them prosper.
I like that you actually said that allowing businesses or helping business end to end and helping them prosper, right? It actually brings my mind back to what does that mean for small businesses, right? So I mean, when I say small businesses might not have the financial capability to build an app end to end, right? How can InterSwitch help them to sort of like go to market fast, right? We understand that there's a lot of funding coming into the African market, right? There's a lot of digitization going on, right? But for small businesses, like small, medium businesses, right? How can InterSwitch APIs really just help them grow or help them scale or help them just build that MVP that they need to sort of like pitch their idea to probably investors and stuff. So
space monetize their skills that they develop and their partnerships. So you're a developer or you get involved in certain projects and you just need to have some discussions around how you can blow. That's pretty much the kind of conversation we're going to have. And if along the way we have technical questions that needs to be asked, that's why I wanted to put in Tochiko and Hafiz on the call, on the team as well. We can speak to those things as well. We still have our HR representative here, Miriam. Just wave your hand for those who would like to talk to InterSwitch HR. That's Miriam there, so you can just have a conversation with her before or after the session. It's been a great one. We've lost some people to other schedules that they have, but we'll try and make do. We do have some giveaways that will be going around for those who had stayed till the very end. And we're hoping that you will find some enjoyment inside the bag. Abi? Time. They'll be like, wow, what's going on here, Abi? All right, great. So we want to start in another 5 minutes so that those who are outside can come in, and then we can start. If you have questions during the 30-minute session, please just raise your hand so that the mic can be given for you to be audible. Thank you. Where we want to talk about how
I can put my
National collections or one thing or the other, right? But InterSwitch pretty much has all these businesses in one. Okay, so the first thing to do is create that awareness, and that's what we're trying to do, to let people know that you can do these things. The second way is to create that access, make it intuitive, just make it easy to the eyes, easy on the eyes, make it accessible and let it just work. People need to be able to go there, find what they want very easily, integrate very easily, have up-to-date FAQs, so that they can check if they're having problems, have support people on standby to be able to pass with, those basics. And then, further and
so many, they are so vast and they're everly changing, right? We decided to break it down in 3 subsections, right? So for the new user or for the existing user of our APIs, there's a subsection in our documentation that speaks to getting started, right? This getting started typically speaks to how APIs were built, the RESTful APIs, the SOAP APIs, whatever the API is, you would probably see how it's defined in there. You would find the KYC requirements for each of the services that we're giving out there, because for you to go live as a business, you need to fulfill some KYC requirements, right? So this getting started basically entails all of these: how to sign up as a business, how to sign up as a developer as well, right? And it gives you a brief sense of the kinds of authorization that we have. So I'll briefly just touch on that, right? At InterSwitch today, we currently have 2 types of authorizations, right? So we use InterSwitch Auth and we use OAuth 2.0, right? Now, InterSwitch Auth is sort of a bit of a legacy authorization technique, right? Years back, this API play was something huge and we had to innovate around it. So that's when InterSwitch Auth had to come into play, right? And when OAuth came into the game, we went primarily with it and we fixed up with our new APIs, right? But that does not mean that we are not primarily trying to get up to standard with the open specification that we have out there, right? In terms of our APIs and our governances, right? We are getting there. However, we're taking those steps little by little to actually get there and standardize everything across board. Now, bringing us back to the conversation of our documentation. So there's the getting started, which I just explained, and then there's the user guide, right? So this user guide explains to that user on how to use that service. So the first thing it tells you is this endpoint does this, right? And then it gives you a process flow of how to integrate that endpoint. So it takes you on that journey of this is the definition of your endpoint, right? And this is the process flow to integrate it with the endpoint. That in its own sense gives you a sense of direction, right? And then we didn't stop there. We went further to give you what are the types of requests that you would primarily send to integrate this endpoint, right? So the request and the successful response, we did that as well. Now we went a step further to actually create some references, right? So that's the third part, and that's actually the most exciting part for me, right? So you'll find that in our documentation today, you can actually test these endpoints live, right? Yes, you can actually test these endpoints live. And what that does for you is that as a business owner, you don't have to be too tech savvy to actually test an endpoint. So because what we have done is that we have put in those parameters for you, and we have just created the try it button that basically enables you just click on that button, try it, and you see the results you're supposed to get. Now, that what that simply means is that we have bridged that gap between the business owner and the developer, right? So when the developer comes on board, he's going to do his entire integration, but then you already have a heads up of this endpoint works, and it gives me the solution that I need, right? So that's really our documentation in a nutshell, right? And what we're going to continue doing to foster growth for us is that we're going to continue improving on this, right? As we onboard new APIs, as we think of new things to do, right? We're going to onboard them in this format, so we don't lose charge of what we have done, right? And for us, it's a thing of pride that we are able to have this communication with the developer community, and they are satisfied with the work that we have done so far. And then we're even moving further to open conversations around partnerships, conversations around hackathons, like you mentioned earlier. InterSwitch has done stuff like that in the past, and we're looking to do more of that in the coming months. We have events lined up for the rest of the year that we will be engaging the developer community, and we're really excited about this. I mean, for us, it's day one. It's really day one for us at the InterSwitch API Marketplace business.
You talked about partnerships. I think it's a major part of our API strategy, despite the fact that we have all
And you find that when you go through the interview process, they ask you questions like, what projects have you been on? How long have you been a developer? What programming language have you had to be trained on? Please, am I correct? Yes. And so after they listen to like, so like baby developer, right? Or they can say, oh, this is a grandmaster because of the kind of projects that you handle. So I would say that one of the first things any developer should have in mind as you think about your career and wanting to grow out your ability to earn more money as a developer is to upskill yourself, correct? One would be you need to understand what is a relevant skill set for every developer today. I'm not a developer, but I remember something called C++. So you see this, and then we had Fortune, Fortran. I went so while in school, I learned small, but I left it behind.
You don't need to tell your English.
Yeah. And then recently I'm hearing Python. I'm hearing what's that one?
Don't say it. JavaScript.
JavaScript, yeah, JavaScript. Yes. So all of these things means that you need to upskill. So as a developer, and you're thinking about your career, thinking about trying to earn more, but you're not making yourself relevant from a skill point of view, then you cannot really monetize the skill that you should naturally have. And so it's not enough to just ask around, but you need to be plugged into certain communities that allow you to know what is the relevant skill, what kind of projects are available today, what kind of skill sets will be required. Fintech is blooming today, right? Before fintech, there's a lot of mobile applications. So things are changing, landscapes for developers are changing, and so your skill level is very important. The community that you are plugged into, so that you can glean relevant information to know what kind of profile you should have for yourself, so that you can be relevant to any project or opportunity that come your way. It's also very important as well. So I'm going to allow others to talk a bit about that. Anyone else?
Hi guys. So typically, just to segue from what Jeffrey has said, like in payments, which is typically what Investment does today, for developers, it's really beyond even just writing code, right? The ability to actually solve a problem. So I would typically say that you need to be well grounded in terms of how you solve problems in a fintech space. There's this joke that we make around where we say that somebody really just took some stuff, like when you make an error, right? And when you make an error in a space like data search, you are typically shutting down probably maybe a bank, and all their transactions are going out, right? They are going out of place. So typically, what I would just add to what Jeff has said is the ability to actually solve problems is very, very important. How you curate the solving of that problem is more important than even that code that you're writing. And a typical understanding could be around how does you need to understand your customer's pain points, right? It's not about just shipping code, it's about shipping the right type of code, right? And that actually starts from the problem solving type of things. I'll just leave this the coding side to Hafiz. So so you can probably speak on that. But these skill sets are very, very important in our field today. Thanks.
So I'll just say that it's very important to collaborate as a developer. So I know that a lot of tech people are used to doing just to ship out things. But you need to collaborate as well. You need to work with industry experts. So you know what you're doing. I don't just need for a certain technology. You need for your people that are into service or your product or your API. So collaboration is very important when you and also when you collaborate, you're more exposed to different opportunities with different industry partners. So that's important to be able to make that.
I think Jeff, Tucci, and Deb actually said the same thing I wanted to say. So if I was going to talk about this, I won't talk about it from a technical point of view. So anybody can write code. There's only so much you can do. So if you write the same code in a certain way, it's going to probably execute the same way 10 times. But I think the way I see things, you need to see bigger than the code you're writing. So understand the problem they're trying to solve. I'm not sure if some of you are creating products creating new products that haven't been used before. So you don't necessarily know how people would interact with it. And the only way you can actually build something that stands the test of time is to actually try, first understand what you're doing, but also take feedback. Because if you build something, you can build something and you think, okay, I've build a Bugatti or build a Lamborghini, but when you take it outside, people see it and it's only the tire that they're just playing with the tires of the car because that's what they're interested in. You build something that you thought people would use in a certain way. So how quickly you can take that feedback and say, okay, people are turning these tires, it means that there's something around these tires that are good. Should I pivot the product or should I build? So taking customer feedback is actually key in building stuff. I don't think you should just see, I think you see programming or see products you're building as a journey, not necessarily just start to finish. I think that's what started this.
I do have a question for you guys. Like I said, I'm the moderator. Right? Okay. So one of the points that I have here is it possible for you to compartmentalize developer skills? So my point is, should I be a developer who knows everything, or should I be a developer that can identify a niche and be very good at it, and then know my skill, my strength, and just focus on it? In the relevance of today's market, what would you advise?
So if I get that question, are you saying should I have my hands in everything or should I just pick a specific field to focus
Be good at it, yes.
So
in today's market.
I mean, today's market, yesterday's market is different. Today's is different. So it can be, depends on how you see yourself, to be honest. So if I see yourself as a developer and I want to run a company in 5 years, then if you're trying to do that, there's no reason for you to focus on. You try to get as much experience and knowledge as you can get by trying to get your hands in different things. So, for example, I might be working in payments, but I spend my weekends trying to understand why people didn't get their money the next day. Even though my web gateway is working, I was able to connect customers first. But for some reason, the businesses did not get their money when they're supposed to get. So that way, I'm already understanding how operations work. I know that, okay, there's something that CBN says by 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. every bank has to submit. So there are things I think depends on how you see yourself. There's no wrong answer in that.
Okay. How has before?
Okay, let me try and give you very well. So there's something called T-shaped screen person. So T-shaped screen person is somebody who has vast knowledge in certain areas, other knowledge in other areas. Okay, so you develop whether you're a front-end developer or back-end developer, you do stuff, whichever one. They are relevant to the market. So talking about relevance, to stay relevant to the market, you need to have an idea. Well, that's good. Yeah, even though you have a specialized skill in a particular language, that will be still relevant to the market. As again, just maybe the writing sheet, C sharp, or Java, and that's all you know. Okay, I think it's more relevant if you have idea or have some knowledge about other languages, you know it. Because I have a core area, the other core strength, but they have an idea of other areas.
So if I summarize what you guys are saying is have your core strength, but be versatile to accommodate other learnings around what you do.
So I'm saying that so the market is actually growing enough that you see people that just learn front-end JavaScript and they can build a career to that
So there's front-end
make something huge out of doesn't you can literally start from just front-end React and learn that and become an expert and make a lifetime career out of it. So the market has evolved right now. So there are so many skills and there's so many requirements. But there are kind of projects people do every day. Languages come up. So it's not the language is just a means to building a product. So I'll say it depends on what you're doing. The market is big enough for you to just be a specialist in one thing and one thing alone. And you can also be someone that wears many hats. Depends on how you see yourself.
So what are you? Many caps or one cap?
Actually, I started writing code in 2009, so one many caps.
Many caps.
All the caps are concept.
So I think it's the diversity of what you said that is important. So if the market requires you to accommodate certain skill, adjust to that demand. If you need to project a certain skill set to get access to an opportunity, then project that definite skill set. All right, that's good. Thank you, guys. So maybe this one. Let's talk about partnerships. We've seen that that's a major part of it. For a developer who is trying to monetize partnership, what kind of business model do you think are available that they should know about? From the fee share to the project cost, how would you position this?
Okay. So I think it also depends on what we're trying to plan. So there's affiliates to referral, there's structure, there are different types of partnerships. But you have to be careful that it's very specific to the product because you can't do all and just can't be getting away with it. And you always have to put yourself into something. Okay, does this benefit me? Even if it's my thing as well. It's making me more money here. This gets me greater value here. So then I always say that for partnerships that will expose you to other opportunities. So it's not just about making money, it's also about is this partner good with my work as well? Will they also expose me to other opportunities aside from the way I'm looking of this partnership? That's also important.
Okay, I hope you guys will hear the word suspect. Okay, so if I summarize what you said is if you're going into a partnership agreement as a developer, you need to understand what is the product that they're going into, who are the customers that they're trying to serve, what kind of business model is in place. Is this a project that is project cost based, which is I go in there, it's a project, you pay me, I get it done, and move on. One model, right? Second model is I get in there, it's free, just come in, let's do it. If it blows, we share the fee together. That's another model that is available, correct? But one of the things you said that is important as well is will this kind of product or project be long term? Because that will influence the kind of pricing we go after. If it's just, oh, we're trying to get the government to do something, it's a 6 month project, then you know how to price your skill set, right? But if they say to you, oh, this is a 10 years project and you may be earning money for the next 10 years, then your adjustment to how you price then changes, right? Because you know it's a 10 years project, and then, because you know how to monetize. My, what you said.
Yeah.
Thank you.
To your brother.
Yes, yes.
So aside from the money you're making of it, other opportunities that you're supposed to.
So that means my person as a brand, the project then has some impact eventually. On that projecting it or it was a bad project. Like, weren't you part of that project that went AWOL?
And even the kind of partnership as well, how like if you're partnering with, let's say, this kind of company, what's your reputation like? How would your product evolve from that partnership based on what you guys are doing?
Like it. Like it. I think there's a lot of conversations around scaling. Maybe Tochi can also help here. So everybody's talking about scaling times 10, times 20, times 50. You sit in any business conversation, like I want to build a business that is times 5, meaning 5 times growth. How does this impact on developers' ability to add value beyond trying to ride the wave of, oh, we need to scale, we need to scale, so let's just put something out there?
That question was a question that was a statement.
Okay, let me help.
So I guess part of scaling.
Yes.
So how is the developer?
So you find yourself in a situation that there is a demand to scale.
Yeah.
What position would a developer take in terms of ensuring that you're able to monetize your skill in the context of trying to scale on a project?
So I'll take it from a building point of view because when you say scale, it means that you build something and you're trying to grow it exponentially. So I'll take that question from that point of view. Let me interpret it this way. So what does a developer do when you are building a project in a market where everybody is building for scale? How should you start? Sure. First of all, I'll say ignore the noise. So there's the tendency to when you start a project, imagine you build the next Flutterwave, the next Waystack, the next team. There's a possibility that will happen. But the reality is when you start, it's most likely your family members and your friends that will start using the project. So if you spend 1 year trying to optimize for traffic when you give Flutterwave, in reality, that 1 year most likely gets 1/100 of that traffic. And you have spent 1 year using that project when your friend here would build the authentication server, payment app, everything on one box in like a month because the guy caught all the corners because we're just trying to get the product out there to see if people actually want to even use it in the first place. That's why when I realized about it, that's simple. If you can do everything on one box, like in your house, and you can host it, so far it works. You can start that way. As people start using it, you start noticing issues. You say, okay, do I need to most likely not need a microservice for a long time because that's when you start adding more. There are more complexities that come from microservices. How do you manage this? You have to pay for extra server, extra hosting. So my advice is always start simple. When skill comes, you see it, you know. And at that time, you can start trying to position your systems. If you need to hire more people to help you build out more stuff, then you can start doing that. But my advice is always starting. Don't build for skill 200x that hasn't come yet. You most likely will not get 200x overnight. Go simple, go quick. Validate your products as people are using it and improve on it.
Very good, thank you. For those who understand the journey of the big brands today in payments, they didn't scale in the first 3 years. They quietly were building. And after 5 years, you see the name, we hear Paystack, hearing Flutter, they've been around for 7, 8 years. But they became stronger and louder 3 years ago, right? Because they've been building quietly and ensuring that the right foundations are in place for you to what? Scale. Thank you, Akis, that's great. So this is for our two product people now. Let's question. Oh, you want to speak to me? Yeah, please.
Yeah, right. So I could answer that question in terms of APIs, right? And even in terms of people just building external products. For our API marketplace, or the way it's positioned, right? People could typically, or startups could typically adapt to their markets using a couple of our tools or our services, right? So for example, a payment platform, right? You are typically only probably selling bills payment to your international customers at their agent locations, right? And these people, starting label, right? These people need airtime to be added to that, right? When you come pick up this, you're growing, right? You're growing from point A to point B to point C, right? And you're just adding these little services that you can sort of give to your customers, right? I think that side of things is very, very important. Understanding your market, understanding what they need, then you can build on from there. I genuinely believe, and I've always believed that you react to how your market sort of like reacts to your product. You don't sort of like just try to put that product in front of them. They would react in a way that you probably will not get one user, right? So what does your user want in the first place, right? Now, are you meeting their need, right? That's when you are solving a problem. That's the golden egg for you, right? As a product or as a developer, wherever you are on the spectrum, you are building for somebody else. You are serving a need. So if you're not meeting someone at this point B, you're missing the target, right? So that's simply how I would do it.
That's very good. In fact, you spoke to one of the points I was trying to ask on, which is how do you build something that is relevant, and we've kind of highlighted on that, understand the need of the customer and build to solve that need. Okay. But this is open for anyone that would have an answer to this. Okay. A lot of time there's a conflict between should I collaborate or should I run this race alone? If I run this race alone, I'm faster. Or against, if I work with other people, it will be bigger. So there is the part of it's faster if I run alone, or it will be bigger if I collaborate with other people. What would be your recommendation from a developer point of view?
Interesting question. So for me, right, and this is my personal ethos, right, to life. I think vision is more important than sight, right? And why I say that is for every business, for every company that you try to build, or for every institution that you try to build, you have a vision for where you're trying to go, right? If you're not following that vision, if you're just acting based off of anything that you just probably see, you would typically just miss it, right? What what value are you trying to add, right? Now, if that value you're trying to add, you need to get collaboration to do that, then you do that, right? If you do not need that, and you're just seeing everybody collaborating and you want to go ahead and do it, you might fail, right? So your vision is the most important driver. That's genuinely what I believe, right? Your vision is the most important driver in anything that you do, right? If you're building a product and you see that SMS is going to help you grow, do you want to go and build that SMS service, or do you want to go and take from a customer that already has that SMS service? What's the value of getting it from this person, and how does it help scale your business? Do you have the money to pay that? You see, there are so many indexes that you sort of look at, or so many variables that you sort of look at before you make those decisions. And I think for me, it's very, very important. It's very, very important that your vision sort of like helps you grow that business for it. But I mean, every other person could answer the question from their point of view.
I like that point of view. So take a decision based on what your visions are as a developer, and then go with that collaboration to drive it. Anyone else?
Yes. Okay. So I'm just gonna say you can.
This one.
So there's a saying that says it takes a village. So you can't exactly you have to collaborate in my opinion. Collaboration is very important. Look at top companies, IBM, Google, Tesla, Microsoft. It's not one person. In one man business environment, that environment, it's very the same. So yeah, you have to collaborate.
I don't want to be
Nothing.
so collaboration is good. There's the part where I think it's better for yourself. So you need to know where your skills. So example, you're a developer, you can be a back end dev. You're most likely crap at front end. You can be a front end dev, you're most likely limited at the knowledge that you have in back end. So you need to be very honest with yourself. There are a couple of people that can wear both hats comfortably. I think it gets to a point where you definitely need someone else on your journey. The question is, at what point do you decide that? So people are comfortable with writing code by themselves. I mean, there will be a point in the stage of your product where you feel you need to own or do a lot of things yourself, because like you're building something no one else has thought of before, for example. Like the hard time to convince people to get them apart. So it's not necessarily black and white. And necessarily collaborate. There might be a point where you need to do something by yourselves until when you can comfortably sell the vision to people around you. So I know eventually you have to collaborate, but
Start from yourself.
if you can, just be honest with yourself.
So I have one more question, then try and get comments from other participants as well. So this is an open question as well, maybe more from a product point of view. So as you build from a company or as a developer, what advice would you give someone who is trying to position for acquisition, one, and somebody who is trying to position for collaboration? What kind of advice would you give? Maybe we can just get one advice each. So I'm a company or I'm a developer. I have something, I build something. So how do I position it for collaboration, or how do I position it for acquisition? So what kind of advice would you give?
Never advise you position for acquisition. Because I mean numbers that if you look at how many companies have been acquired, then 90 something percent guarantee that your company will be acquired. So I never advise, and you're most likely going to get closer to being acquired if you work with other people, because they might push your brand out in a way that you never thought of. You can also write on their way too, so it's always going to be position. Only if you have millions sitting somewhere, you can acquire a company yourself.
But you can also position your brand for acquisition. I mean, somebody buying. I mean, one was just bought billions of dollars this week, last week.
Yeah, well, when they started out, they was like they're thinking about how to make their customers happy tomorrow. They're already thinking about someone bringing $1 billion 10 years down the line.
So that's the advice.
Yeah, if they didn't focus on building a product that people like, that acquisition will never come.
So that's the main point. So build something that people can use and is relevant. So that even if the opportunity for acquisition comes, you are relevant for somebody to acquire. I like that.
Okay, so I'm gonna say, cut out the noise. I have some people that they just come, it's just branding and PR. They have nothing to offer you. They just come tell you, it's just branding and PR basically. It's not really, the numbers are not adding up. The money is not coming in. It's just you have publicity, you have visibility, and you get there. The product is not coming forward, your customer base is not increasing. So you need to look at all of that, key metrics, know what you want to achieve, to show that your measure or whatever business is going to invest in. Just know what you want. That's very important.